spent enough bits in the last weeks. That's a couple hundred more. And I finished my coffee. Oh, stretching. Stretching. Try to guess how much you bought last week. 150,000.
You know, for the fun of it, we haven't seen this in a while.
Eh? Hey, shadow form, yeah. Haven't seen that for a while, yeah. You're all right. You're right. Your wallet shall not rest until you spend another. Try 30 million. Why are you buying 30 million bits? Dear Lord, have mercy. I'm opening my bag of cookies because I must consume cookie. You buy in bulk for the year? Jeez.
You've got me wanting to get cookies.
Yes. Pepperidge Farm milk chocolate soft baked cookies.
Maybe tomorrow, that's what I'll do.
Not sponsored. Would be amazing if I was.
That would be amazing.
Pepperidge Farm.
I was like, oh, I could go grocery shopping tomorrow. No, I can't. I've got too much other shit to do.
Dang! I seem to not be able to open this bag. It is proving quite problematic. Good Lord have mercy. This is not working out very well. What the heck, man? Let me open up this bag in a way that I can easily close it back. Let me do it. It is not. 250,000. Jeez, that's just. I mean, I know you have a lot of money and everything, but it's still just too much. For crying out loud. I just want to open the bag. There we go. Good Lord have mercy. Bag opening ASMR. You're welcome. I eat cookie. When you have to buy that much, you'll have to go through Twitch support and all types of stuff. Jeez. I bet. Spent $5 million in the last week. Jeez. Oh, it's too much, man. That's too much. Literally have the 1 million bits badge and 10 chats. Jeez. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay. I have reading material for while I'm out. Did I? No, I did not. I did not. Oh, right. Right. Nimble, you go in there. You go in there. I was gonna... You go in there. You'll go in there. I was gonna try out different clothing here. So I don't know what this is. Oh, that thingy. Oh, I know that.
Does the tree grow back or no?
Huh? Do trees grow back?
Yeah.
They can eventually. It just takes a really long time. Why?
Just wondering.
Where to go? Where is it? Where to go, child? There you are. Oh. Unequip that. Where did... Uh-oh. It's gone. It got eateth. Oh, well, dang. You got eaten somehow? What? Or what? Huh? Or no, I'm blind. Why does it do that? Unless I'm blind to the option for it to not do that. Donate 1 billion bits in one chat message and use chart. Scared to do it because the streamer was crying and thought you were going to catch murder for what happened. Paul. Paul. What the what?
1 million bits? That's crazy.
It is pretty crazy. Oh. Okay, that's a funny that's kind of funny. You're high, you can't type right? Jeez. Imagine being high. Hi.
Hey. For someone who hates puns, shush.
Methinks some of the mod clothing is broken.
Maybe.
I mean, just whereth art thou? There you are. I mean, Look at
Oh, what the hell? What'd you do, Dark?
yeah. I didn't do anything.
What'd you do, Dark?
I did nothing.
What'd you do, Dark?
I didn't do nothing.
Huh.
I didn't do no nothing. No nothing was done by me. No nothing was done by me. Stuff that in there. Alright, what does this replace? It doesn't replace anything, apparently. I failed to... Else. I'll say, you know what? Why not? Because you're funny. It was funny. It was all funny. Okay. What are you? Yeah, that works out, I guess. All right.
Hey, Shay.
Yeah.
Ah,
Wow.
it's raining. Okay. Cookie's so good. YouTube, I'm still here, gosh darn it. I love walking in the rain while reading.
Yes, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. These pages are hard to turn. Oh, can't wait for Tuesday.
What's going on Tuesday?
Tuesday cannot get here soon enough, huh?
Huh?
What do you say?
I was trying to remember what I had to do Tuesday. I'm like, what's going on Tuesday?
Oh. What do be going on a Tuesday?
Oh, I'm supposed to meet my parents for lunch. That's what's going on Tuesday.
Hey, zombie, come here. Smack. Dead. Back to reading. Oh, look, zombies. That's great. Hey, come here. I'm gonna smack you. Bye. Bye. All right. Who else? You. Come here. Bye. Bye. You. Come here. Bye. Okay. That was weird. But sure. Hi. Smacketh. Smackaroon. Smack on me. Goobonk. Boink. Dodonk. Voblank. Shabonk. Ling donk. Wow! Bing! Anyone else? No. Back to reading. There's a mess of them down there. I shall take care of them. Hello. Goodbye. 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 You! Stop anyway. Direct head to the blood. Yep. Cool beans. Why am I severely depressed? That is unacceptable. It's time for these also handy antidepressants. Take pills. Yes. Antidepressants, a Bomboid player's favorite side companion. All right, back to reading. Oh, yeah, that's right. This was a school, and then yada yada, vladum vladum, lardum furdum. Zombies I probably should take care of. Hiya. Wow. Hiya. What? There we go. Dang, these antidepressants really aren't working. Great. where do you guys come from? I probably should take care of you.
I'm on the road driving.
You're driving?
Yeah.
Dang. Man, I don't even worry about those. Where's my book? There's my book. Read book. Well, I'm on the sidewalk. Mm-mm. I'll take care of you guys. Time for some service. Enjoy your service. Much service. Wow, service. Good service, yes. So much service that you fall over dead. Yes. Enjoy your service. Back to book. Yes, more zombies to service. Hello, would you like some service? Here's your service for the day. Take it kindly. Ah, yes. Service, directly to the head. You needed a little bit more service than the others. Service! Get it while it's hot. I shall explore. Look at that butt jiggle. The butt wiggle. What is up with that? I'm not sure if there's anything of worth in here. Probably not. This is a rather empty, yes. That is a rather large group of zombies. I must service all of them. Hi! Would you like some service? Oh boy, my game's crashing! I'm fine. I must get away! Away, away, I bravely ran! Gosh. Darn it.
I like how you didn't see the car.
I see the car.
Okay. What's wrong, Dark? What's happening? Why you running away?
Because my game basically crashed and then I got binned.
Jeez.
So I was taking care of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's on my hand too, so I can't really do much of anything. Yeah, right as that massive horde was approaching me, the game just completely froze. I was like, well,
Amazing.
this is great. Yeah. Right, yeah. Hey, look, a rifle. It comes in 19. Or no, it's a shotgun. Yeah, that's Mossberg 500. 20 shotgun. Well, that's fun. I'm out of here.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened?
Building alarm got sounded off.
Oh, that's why they're going to. Oh, God. That's not good for me then. We nearly got surrounded because of that. Since all the zombie heard it. Oh. Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, you're dead?
Yeah, because all the zombies decided to come my way because of that alarm.
I would come and help, but I wouldn't be able to get to you. Although, actually, I might be able to get to you.
No, never mind, I'm fine. Oh, Jesus.
You sure? I'm coming back.
Yeah, I'm fine. Ugh.
All right. Let me eat another cookie. Okay. Read. Come on, let's not read this book. Or not. Hey, zombie, I got a cookie in my mouth so I can kill you. Cool. Alright, I can read. There's still some stragglers heading off that way. Fancy, how do you got there, laddie? Can you raid from offline chats? No. You can do a quote-unquote offline raid where you tell everyone to like, hey, go to this person. But you can't do the Twitch raid function. Or, yeah. Can't do the Twitch raid function. Actually, if the editor roll for something, you wouldn't know if it would work. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well,
What?
that scratch I got on my hand is infected.
If you come to me, I have disinfectant.
I'm at the police station. If you can somehow get over to the police station, then cool.
I'll make my way there. Slowly. There's a lot of zombies. What the what? That's weird. Yeah, there are a lot of zombies. All right. Jesus.
Oh,
Man, all those zombies down there.
what a bitch. That's not fair. It was literally a zombie that was like out of my peripheral and got me in the back.
Mm.
All right. I'm going to bed.
Well, weak.
I have to stream in the morning, okay?
Weak.
Shut up. You stinky.
You're stinky.
You big stinky.
No.
Okay. Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Man, so many zombies. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I mean, I passed a lot of them and killed some on the way.
Definitely works. Oh. Kind of feel bad about it.
Hmm.
What's up?
I got the funny shotgun.
Oh. Oh, my crowbar broke. I can no longer help you. I don't have a weapon.
Well.
My crowbar broke.
Wah, wah.
Time to go back home and get another crowbar.
You didn't bring another weapon with you?
No,
Oh, okay.
because limited space.
I mean, even I have like 2 extra bats just in case.
Very limited space. The trauma bag does not have that much space. And it's getting foggy. That's great. Oh, it's getting really foggy. Oh, that's a big crowd of zombies right there. Oh, great.
Oh, great.
Man, it's so far to run back.
Oh no. Scoob.
What's up?
I'm just getting, foggy outside, so I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm running in the fog. It is grayscale levels of fog.
Again, uh-oh. Oh boy. I'm gonna head back home because, yeah. Oh, I'm okay now. I'm no longer in.
You're what?
My hand wound is no longer infected. Yeah, I'm gonna head back with my funny shotgun.
Your funny shotgun.
Yeah, the funny shotgun.
Yeah. I'd love a gun. Even though I have a gun, I don't have any ammunition or a magazine for it.
That sounds different. Okay.
Continue reading while I wait for the fog to go away. Apparently, I already know that. Oh, dang. This crowbar is about to break.
Head home now.
Wow.
That's just a group of zombies in the middle of the road. Okay.
What does it mean by keep resting?
I wonder if the spawning bug. I think the spawning bug still exists. Not as bad because the spawn rate of zombies is not that high. If they killed a lot of zombies, now there's a lot of zombies on the road again. Are you at the base?
Yeah.
I'm getting close. Might need you to open the gate.
Alright.
Oh shit. Owie. Owie. Oops. Totally didn't hit a car. Gotta
Oh my
love the
gosh.
fog.
Alright, gate is open.
Yep, almost there. Not hard to see because of the fog right now. Anyway. Dark, come over here.
Yeah.
I present you the funny gun.
Funny gun.
Wait a second. Second. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, maybe I should just. Okay, that was too many. Oopsies.
The heck is that noise?
Don't worry about it.
Sounds like you're rummaging through a bunch of empty cans.
And there you go.
Wow.
The funny shotgun.
Funny shotgun. Just need a sling to be able to use it.
Give me a second. Kimmy, hold on. Give me a second. Not done yet. I'm not done yet. But wait, there's more.
Also funny helmet.
Hmm?
I said also funny helmet.
My helmet?
Yeah, I said funny helmet.
Oh, okay. Trying to find it, but getting lost, because, yeah. There we go.
YouTube, I'm still here. Gosh darn it.
Well, I know what to do now. Oh, actually, I need to eat. Actually, I need to.
Listen. Oh, we can actually sit in the chairs.
Yeah.
That wasn't working before for me. I was wanting to sit in them.
That's actually crazy now
Ants.
that I think about Wooloo.
What about Wooloo?
Because Renacida, the current region that's out right now, came out in 2.0, right? And already in 2.4, there's a new region now. And
Yeah.
it's surprising because I remember back in Star Rail, it used to take them maybe, like for example, they release a new region in 2.0, and then their next one's in 3.0. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. How many zombies are you up to now?
Only 482.
Huh. I figured you would have more going to the police station.
I mean, I ignored a lot of zombies, though. Dark.
Yeah.
Only killed the ones at the station only.
I have 557 kills from long blunt and 1 from bare hands.
Oh, did you see the thing I gave you with Bar Lady's little music?
Nope, I've not. There's a lot of stuff I still haven't looked at because I come home and go
have you
stream.
heard her little her song when she does her ultimate?
No, I don't think so.
So that Twitter link that I gave you earlier today, it's basically her song from her ultimate, but played. Hold on. Eight different versions of it. So you have the original, you have the something Oriental wave, you got acoustic, symphonic, electric blast, rock fury, deep house, and 8-bit remix of her song.
What?
Kind of crazy.
Huh.
What? What, Derek? What?
What?
What? You
Huh?
What happened?
Oh, I'm listening to it.
Oh.
All right, acoustic remix. All right, acoustic remix. All right, I like the acoustic remix. All right, I like the acoustic remix. Dun 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 dun. Arena. Dun 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 dun.
Can you share your screen? Can you share your
Symphonic
screen?
remix.
Can you share your screen?
Huh?
Share your
What now?
screen? Can you share your screen?
Share my screen?
Yeah. So I don't have to listen to it for your stream.
Oh.
We're just practicing reloading here, so it's not like we're in any danger right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. What the heck? Yes?
Alright, here we go.
What's
Alright, go for
the
it.
song called? It's a Bard Lady's thing from Wooloo. Yeah. Electro Blast. Oh, I don't know why that makes me laugh. Whoa. Whoa. I like the Rock Fury remix. Deep House remix. All right. Interesting. Oh. All right, I'll like the 8-bit. I like the 8-bit too.
Ugh. And that's it.
Wowza.
It's funny because that came from their official Twitter account.
Mm-hmm. I should probably follow it. You know what? What else did he send me that I need to
Let's see.
have a look at?
Oblivion 20% off right now. Yeah, that's about it.
Hello, Ralph. Hello, Fred. Hello, George. Hello, Sam.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that was funny. Some old
Hello,
cartoon.
Ralph. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, have you ever seen it on TV before?
Oh, yeah. That's a Wile E. Coyote. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Wile E. Coyote is one of my favorites.
I used to watch this when I was a kid at nighttime.
Mm-hmm. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Sam.
It's funny. It's like watching old cartoons during the nighttime, and then early in the morning is Power Rangers.
Yeah. Yep.
And for anyone
Morning,
else,
Ralph.
if you know,
Morning,
you
Sam.
know. It's always been like
Morning,
that
Sam.
for like a good
Yep.
bit, maybe 5-10 years.
Yeah. Mm. Another day, another dollar. Morning, Ralph.
Oh, that's crazy. So apparently the upcoming 6 characters in Wooloo, and the one that has the highest views and some hearts on Twitter is that guy character that's coming.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, because think about it. When was the last guy character that came out in Wooloo? Let's see, probably in 1.3, I think, or something like that.
I wouldn't know.
It's been a while. That's all I'm trying to say.
Mm.
Guy characters in this day and age are rare.
Mm. It's so close to quitting time. Okay, Sam. Good night. Yeah, I remember this exact this exact whole episode thing and all.
Yeah, their job is to beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
Raina's asking what song was that playing?
Oh, I told her.
Oh, okay.
You're working too hard, Ralph. Can handle both jobs. Gee, thanks, Sam.
It's probably one of the old bits that he did.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Better luck next time, Ralph. Good to be alive, Ralph. That's crazy. Let's see the
It's
other.
funny. They're enemies on the job, but at the end of the day, they're friends still.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the great things about it. Is like, yep. Mm-hmm. All right, this short.
We've been asked an important question. Who would win in a fight? Someone with a sword or someone with a whip? Unfortunately, we know nothing about whips. Luckily, so I'm here to whip. We've got a famous whipper, Jacques the Whipper, an expert whipper.
I think in a lot of cases,
Someone with a whip.
the sword will win.
Yeah.
Someone with a sword. Like no question whatsoever. Fine, unless we try it out. Oh, you want to hit us with it?
I kind of like these two because like, they talk about weapons and how to use them and everything.
Hmm.
So for this experiment, what we're going to do is we're going to try and close distance. If we get it within striking distance, we'll call our win. But if you land a shot to the head, or we'll say the hand, I think that like you can break it, we'll call it your win. Sounds good? See how it goes. I'm going to call that a win for you. Oh, that didn't get my hands though, so... But you did get me across here. Yeah, you're gonna take a win for two. You know to deflect it, and that's gonna kill most of the energy. Yeah. I almost had it, but you did the right thing there because you kept closing your distance. Because I was.
Yep. Yep. That's one of the biggest things about that is that if someone with a whip does wrap around your hands or around the sword, you just keep charging. Because they're going to try to rip the sword, especially if they get it around the sword, they're going to try to rip the sword out of your hands. You just keep charging.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's like sword always wins.
You got so bad. You got through my head. Okay. Let me do a different sword and see if it makes a difference. That was it.
You did get one in the back of the head and has like
Close. Yeah, that's not.
and I'm feeling it like wrap my hand.
I'm not also not really going for the hands right now. So far, I've only been going for the head. I think for the next two, I'm gonna try
I
and go for
think
the hands.
generally hand shots are probably the most effective thing, right?
That's a wrap. That's not a. That's not doing anything other than give you a whip. Whoop.
Just by the rapier.
Yes, head.
Mm.
Oh, I hit myself in the face.
Oh, yeah, it's,
Literally all around.
yep. That's one of the downsides to the whip is that you're going to end up hurting yourself more than anything else.
Yeah.
The sword seemed to win, but interestingly, you got several. You got
here we go. Yes, we got some brand new updates straight from the dev team because yes, we're getting multiple updates and patches, and the next one is going to be out sooner than you think. But we also have to clarify exactly what this brand new patch includes because there might be some confusion around it. And we also got to go over this brand new interview with Elden Ring Night Reigns game director, who spills the beans about the future of the game, upcoming DLC, and yes, would we see the return of Elden Ring's infamous Poison Swamp? And there's one element of the game that players are not enjoying. We'll talk about that as well and get into how that can potentially change in the future. Plus, yes, I'm going over your top comments, so be sure to leave a comment down below. And remember, if you're new, don't be afraid to smack that subscribe button to stay up to date on all things Elden Ring Night Reigns. And leave a like for the algorithm. All right, so I say we hop straight into the news right now. Check out the headline right here. It's not just you, Elden Ring.
Oh yeah,
Night
no,
Reigns
this right here.
taking forever.
I didn't watch this. And that right there. There's another thing that I didn't watch.
This is actually scary and all at the same time. Google AI video.
No more silence.
Yes, we can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk. Relax.
Oh, I think that would be marvelous.
Yes, it is very fun.
Yes, it is very good.
Very fun. Yes.
We can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk.
They're gonna AI a video of me saying the N-word, aren't they?
This is amazing.
Imagine all the narrative possibilities. We can sing talk.
I wonder who the first content creator who's gonna be canceled for an AI video of them.
Yeah,
You know, like they're
that is true.
gonna say some crazy, and it's gonna be AI, and I'm gonna get heat for it, 100%. So maybe I should just say it first before it gets AI. That way, at least I get canceled for an appropriate reason.
Let's talk.
So, what are we going to talk about now? What are we going to talk about now that we can talk?
I have no idea. What do you want to talk about?
Can they say other things?
And they say other things.
Can I get an AI Nami giving me a JOI countdown?
I don't know if I have something to say.
Talk about how magical this is.
I want to say something important. Something deep. The future is still in our hands.
That's cliche dialogue.
Let's not talk.
What the heck, man?
Bro, I really feel like this could be some crazy.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
Be real. Voice actors are
In some degree or other, yeah. I mean, the voice actors are going to be shifted to other industries, so to speak. Because that's what specifically like this live action and everything. Voice actors will be shifted to like games, other stuff like that. Heck, VTuber lore video, whatever stuff for like big time VTubers. Like there's still like lots of stuff that needs voice actors and everything. Voice actors and actors and all. There's still loads of things. And like sure, a lot of businesses probably will go towards this VO3, which I've talked about a little bit with my coworkers at some point, because they're like, "Hey, have you seen the VO3?" It's like, "Yeah." Really wild. Like you really are just like thinking to yourself, "Is this AI or not?" And now it's like you watch a video, and it's like, "Wait a second, something doesn't look right about that." Which is kind of a funny thing because that's been a thing with art for a while now. It's just like you look at it, it's like, is that art AI or is that like human art? Because of how good the AI art has gone and all, which you can still tell because the AI art has very particular very particular styles and such and looks to it. Even though before you could just look at the hands or feet or stuff like that and tell and be like, oh yeah, that hand is not a hand, or that hand is too good, right? Because now it's actually like you look at a hand, it's like, oh man, that hand's too good. Because hands are probably one of the hardest things to do for an artist. Most of the time. There are some people that find hands really easy, and then other parts of a character like really hard. But it's not the like with all this AI stuff, it's not the end all of everything of like human creativity and all that, and human art, human voice acting, all that kind of stuff. It's just gonna get it's gonna get shifted where it's consumed and how it's consumed and everything. Because you're gonna have the more business side of stuff going for the AI, and the more actual just creative side of stuff being human and such. So it really is just a matter of just things shifting around and how they're used and where they're used and everything and all that. Nothing's really going anywhere. I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to the create, like, okay, there's the physical labor side of everything when robots come. Like, there's a lot of stuff that'll, it's not like that's not going anywhere. No, stuff will be going somewhere with that. Like you'll see some with like more physical labor, a lot of like construction jobs, probably like more full-on physical labor stuff kind of phase out with the introduction of robots and such. So like with that kind of stuff, it's like, yeah, some stuff will be phased out from humans doing it because the robots, it's safer and more productive for the robot to do it, basically. But the creative side, the creative side of what people do and everything, sure, it's going to get affected by AI and everything. I mean, like, everything is always affected by technology and how it progresses and develops and all that stuff. So, I mean, like, it's not going to get affected, but you're not going to not see humans not creating stuff anywhere or anything like that. It's not going to be like, oh man, all artwork is created by AI now and all that stuff. No, it's just going to things are just going to get shifted to how things are done and all. Like, a lot of artists are going from what they used to being hired by, like, say, Cover Corporation and like a lot of VTuber stuff and like this, all that kind of industry, that side of the industry and such, because it live 2D models and that kind of stuff requires a human hand to make because of how complicated it is and what the process and everything that's involved in it, and just other various aspects of that. And like I said, voice acting games and such, still gonna have humans doing that.
Oh no.
What?
So, the title of this video here, from a content creator that I've been watching. Let's see.
Of its endgame modes to the point
The title of this video is called ZZZ is officially the new HSR.
Like it's a job, or just pull the newest units. And this is the thing. It's about Yishuan today.
Lamau.
It's about the
Okay.
new defense. It's
Yeah,
wonder-
they're specifically talking about, that character that's coming out in 2.0.
thing that has
Yeah.
been occurring,
She has a new element
is people going
Right.
ahead being super
And it
elitist
looks
about the
like
game,
they're saying that
telling me
Rupture,
you just
which is
suck,
a
and
new
that's why
status
you think
effect,
HP inflation's
is
a
going to
problem,
be very
and they're
strong.
not taking anything very seriously at all in the community. As
Okay.
I've constantly said, day after day, video
Yeah.
after video, that the game is slowly becoming Honkai Star Rail due to its
I-
rapid power creep, HP inflation, and
okay,
every
and?
single new character being endlessly
And?
filled
Hold
in
on,
the
hold
in-game
on.
content,
I
the
can't
content
really
becoming super
listen to the
fucking
guy.
unmanaged due to its rampant power seriously
I'm
at
gonna
all
finish
in the
this
community.
video.
Actually,
As
hold on.
that.
Actually, no, better yet. It might be better for me to just put this video. Yeah, finish the video. Finish the video that you're watching right now.
Okay.
And then after that, you can just watch mine afterwards.
Yeah. Soon he replaces the.
Actually, Spay. Wait, did I misspell? Did I misspell neck? Did I mess up? What did I do? Oh, I said break knee. Oh! Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. It's fine. Nobody saw it. It's absolutely fine. Yeah, Paimon's VAs themselves, man. That's brutal.
Oh, I forgot. I think today, the voice actor for Paimon got fired,
Yeah.
which is really funny. That's all I gotta say. But anyway, my turn. So this guy here, it's been, I guess you can say, been following up a lot of stuff that's been happening around Gacha,
Yeah.
which is pretty crazy. Kind of, I guess. But here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to make a video today that I actually didn't really want to even make. And this is going to be about Zenless Zone Zero, the rampant shilling that's been done for the newest units, and the ever-growing difficulty of its endgame modes to the point where it's becoming more and more inaccessible unless you want to go ahead and play the game like it's a job, or just pull the newest units. And this is the thing. It's about Yixuan today. It's about the new Shiyu defense. It's probably about a mechanic that's going to be in the newest Deadly Assaults as well later on in the patch. And I've been warning people about this for the longest time. And the only thing that has been occurring is people going ahead, being super elitist about the game, telling me that, oh, you just suck, and that's why you think HP inflation's a problem, and they're not taking anything very seriously at all in the community. As I've constantly said, day after day, video after video, that the game is slowly becoming Honkai Star Rail due to its rampant power creep, HP inflation, and every single new character being endlessly shilled in the endgame content, and the content becoming super fucking unmanageable and a complete pain in the ass unless you decide to pull them. And it appears, ladies and gentlemen, that this is exactly what is taking place in Zenless Zone Zero 2.0 based off of early access footage for the game by multiple CCs that has been verified by those multiple CCs. And so what I wanted to do today was actually get right on into it, see some
I'm
of the
assuming
summaries
CC
that
means content
individuals
creator.
who are also
Yes.
concerned about the game's path have been sharing, and the overall community
Not crack
response
control,
to
Dark.
what is undeniably some of the worst shit that could have ever
Listen, I
happened
don't
to
know
this game. So with
acronyms.
that, let's go ahead and start reading this post. Yi Zhuan's strength from what I gathered. Is she Miyabi's strength? Not for now, since she doesn't have her best in slot teammate. Yes, that is because she has a 4-star character, the panda, that she's actively being used with. They don't have the 5-star version of the panda, who's apparently one of like her best overall buffers, her best overall teammates. Miyabi has multiple best in slot partners depending on the type of team she's being played in, and so I guess that's the reason why people are saying that Yixuan isn't as strong as her. Oh, so naturally it can't be that much of a problem, right? Oh, like Yixuan isn't going to power creep Miyabi. That's the narrative that's going on right now. So this guy goes into like a bit of a breakdown. We'll be looking at
Well, okay,
April's
pause the
vid
video for
later,
just one
talking
second.
about how like the
It is that though, because if, I mean, sure, she's a new character and everything, but if just right now, without the panda, She's not as strong as Miyabi. And her only pairing is the panda. Yet Miyabi is still the strongest and can be paired with lots of different options. Then that right there just invalidates a lot of stuff because of the fact that you can swap and change a lot of people while using Miyabi. That still puts Miyabi at the top for interchangeability and everything. If one character relies on one other singular character to act as a buffer to get ahead in anything, then in my opinion, my opinion, that doesn't count.
Scores that you're getting on certain teams, and that, you know, the 47k score that they're talking about with 2 A ranks, which is pretty good, is not even against one that's weak to Ether in the first place, and so that score should be close to like 55k, 60k once it comes out. And they also don't have certain buffs that should be active that will boost the scores even further. Then they start with the conclusion over here that once Jufu Fu is on banner in the second phase of 2.0, then Yixuan should just absolutely obliterate the Deadly Assault. So now that we've gotten into that quick summary of the performance, let's look at the overall conclusion based off of something that we're going to be seeing in Shiyu defense: miasma enemies. From the looks of it, you will lose almost all damage for like 20 to 25 seconds if you do not have a Rupture agent.
That's right. So these new units are coming. Pretty much it's the definition or the new definition of tanks. When you fight these particular miasma enemies, Miyabi is practically almost useless because you need to break their thing first, which is not the usual, you know, the thing that you usually break for the like characters and monsters and bosses, right? The usual thing. This is a new thing with the new mechanic for the enemies. When you hit these enemies, even with a fully built Miyabi team and everything, she does next to almost nothing until you break it, or until. And what he just said here is you kind of need a Rupture agent, which is the upcoming character.
Well, yeah,
is a
if for
Rupture.
20 to 25 seconds of not having damage, but after that 20, 25,
But it's not
I
really
don't know.
clear yet how this is going to work,
Yeah.
so I'm going to hold my tongue.
Yeah.
Agent. Therefore, I expect the clear times for normal agents who are not Rupture will be abysmal. The new enemies also resist ice by 40%. Probably one of the biggest resistances that have ever been in the game. And therefore, Miyabi will not be able to just face tank it. To sum it up, everyone will be fucked except Yi Xuan. From clear time, Yi Xuan with 2 A ranks can clear the new Shiyu boss in sub 1 minute, so she'll be the best for sure. And what is something that I've talked about before, ladies and gentlemen, in the Shiyu defense? You have one team that's Giga invested, aka your Miyabi team. That team clears excessively fast, and then that allows your other team, which isn't shilled out by pulling the newest character, to clear in like 3, maybe 4 minutes, and you still get your S rank. I talked about that a lot, how Miyabi back in the day would drag a lifeless corpse of your other team over the finish line, and it looks like, based off of this whole miasma mechanic that these devs have decided to add in, Yi Xuan is going to be doing the carrying now. Other agents with element neutral will most likely fall in the 150 to 2 minute mark, even with optimal sweaty play. And let us not even talk about the new DA boss. That motherfucker for sure will be the most Yi Xuan shill of all shills. I also expect more Rupture bosses to come into the rotation in 2.1 and so on. And so investing in Yi Xuan's potential is probably good. So investing in Yi Xuan is pretty much going to be highly recommended if you don't want to have an awful time in this game mode. Or I guess game modes. And apparently, guys, Yixuan's signature is a 35% damage increase over the R5 free-to-play craftable and even the R5 Battle Pass weapon. The signature in a game where you can lose the 75-25 is apparently a 35% increase over the free-to-play option. Hey guys, how good does that standard unit and that standard 5-star W engine, which doesn't include a Rupture W engine, how good does that sound? Would you rather have had 25 pulls, 25 limited pulls instead, knowing this? If you had known about this, you'd probably have preferred 25 limited pulls instead. Oh wait, sorry, ZZZ's got the best anniversary rewards in gacha history. My bad, boys. Yeah, my bad, boys. This is based off the calculations that have been in the early access CC guides. Was I just doom posting? Was I just hating the game? Or is it now abundantly clear that I made these videos, I made this content out of concern for this fucking game and the trajectory that it was going down. And all you guys wanted to do was just stand back, say skill issue, as the game proceeds to do some of the most predatory shit it's ever fucking done. Now it's not just the enemies, it's the W engines being absurdly fucking powerful, way more powerful than any other option, just like how it was with Miyabi, because she's a fucking crit-based anomaly, and there's no other fucking crit-based anomalies in the game, and so if you don't use Miyabi's W engine, she feels like fucking shit. And now Yixuan, introducing a whole new Rupture class, has some dog shit free-to-play craftable options, and apparently the Battle Pass one isn't very good either. And if that wasn't enough, now you have miasma enemies who will just sit there and cause you to deal no damage for 20 to 25 seconds unless you have a Rupture agent on your team. So, we've taken a look at it. We've talked about what all the issues are, what people should have a lot of reasons to be upset about. Why don't we just go ahead and take a look at some of the gameplay and see what this miasma mechanic actually looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what it looks like. Let's look at one example. Let's see what she looks like with some A ranks in Shiyu defense, and then let's see what it looks like in Deadly Assault. Let's check it out. And again, credits to Apol for curating this gameplay. Let's just see what the clear times are. And I do believe this is the enemy that has the miasma. Let's notice how the damage numbers are hidden. I do believe that the ZZZ early access CCs were told to hide damage numbers, especially when they were doing comparisons of damage between different W engines, so that it wouldn't become super clear the massive disparity in damage between the signature W engine and the free-to-play options. So, yeah, I do believe that in every single early access footage, the damage is invisible.
Oh, I made the
Clearly, right?
pause.
Because they don't want it to be too on the nose, the difference.
A signature thing that you're paying money more for should do a lot more.
And so, yeah, we have the miasma.
Because you're paying money for it.
Here, right?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be upset about.
Oh, this boss has iframes too. We got the miasma mechanic over here, right? And you're clearly seeing, right, that the damage is really not that great, and then a huge chunk of it occurs. And the boss gets broken as well once you break that miasma barrier. And I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, look how much damage is being done once the miasma is broken. He's completely obliterated. And when you're looking at this clear, right, how do you think that miasma goes down? How do you think that miasma ends up going down? With a Rupture agent. With a Rupture agent. And then once all of that stuff is ready to go, the boss just gets fucking obliterated. Let's just see again how fast it disappears once the miasma's gone. Do keep in mind, it took us around 40 seconds to do half its HP with the miasma up, it's at about half HP. Right? Honestly, we got 17 seconds left for a 1 minute clear. And then once it's broken, look at the time that it's taking. Because we broke the miasma, it takes us around 12 seconds to deal half the boss's HP. It takes us 12 seconds to deal half the boss's HP following miasma breakdown. And rupture agents with sheer force are the fastest way to break down miasma. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Night Soul mechanic all over again. Except this time, instead of being able to use elemental reactions like burning or quicken to be able to break down Night Soul barriers, there's nothing. You can only use rupture agent.
I need to check on my character.
I haven't checked on my character in a while.
My character is nauseous.
Hungry, severely depressed, nervous wreck. Smelly, slight urge.
I don't know why my character's nauseous. It's so foggy, that's crazy.
Wow, look at that fog.
What do you think of the video so far, Dark? Is he wrong though? That's the question.
I think there's some stuff that he's complaining about that's just like, I mean, like, that's like saying like, that's like saying, okay, so they release a new enemy, a new enemy type with a new mechanic. Okay, something new. Yay, right? There's something new to fight against. It's not just the same old repeated stuff. That should be good because they're introducing something new into the game. Not just rehashing stuff. So what? It takes a new element to do anything against it. It's like having enemies that are weak to fire and lightning for the longest time ever, and now suddenly there's an ice type enemy. And you're like, oh my gosh, we've been doing this stuff like this way forever, and now there's this? What do you mean? And it's like, okay, sure. Change up the gameplay. I mean, I don't think that's like, you have to have this element type to do. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it is for a lot of games when there's a different enemy type with a different mechanic. You have to change up how you do stuff. I don't know.
But
like,
right, I mean, right now they're like,
and plus, that is
Dark. Right now there is no rupture unit until the new banner comes out.
Yeah, which is fine because it's all new content. It's all new content.
And so now let's do a bit of a comparison. And just as a quick note, when it comes to the damage numbers, it does appear that I Win to Lose is actually showing his. So maybe it's just a creative decision by certain CCs to hide the numbers. All right, we're back from our break, and ladies and gentlemen, it turns out we were not able to find any footage of DPSs other than Yi Xuan clearing the newest Shiyu boss. The closest thing we could actually find was somebody just taking Ellen teams, the reworked one, into Deadly Assault, but there's no footage at all of any other character fighting against this miasma situation in the Shiyu
Well,
defense.
because people are scared and they don't want to experiment.
Goddamn simple. Because what we're able to actually do here is take a look
because
at
people
some
get
of the gameplay
baited into
in
thinking,
these
oh, well,
clears
something can't be
provided
done a
by
certain
Abel,
way.
and actually break down what this miasma is actually going to do to agents that aren't Rupture. So let's just take a look at this gameplay really slowly. I'm actually going to play it in about 0.75. We'll maybe go slower. And hopefully this will illustrate to all of you why this claim that you will lose almost all damage for 20 to 25 seconds if you don't have a Rupture agent actually makes a lot of sense. So we're on Yishuan over here, right? We switch over to Caesar and then press our EX skill. Let's take a look at both the miasma bar as well as the HP bar of this boss. We hit and deal absolutely no damage. Our EX skill did 0 damage to its HP. Actually, I think I can see like a millimeter. That's probably less than a millimeter of movement on the HP. And we did that much damage to its miasma. Second stab, another microscopic reduction in its health and slightly more of the miasma bar going down.
Okay.
Then we go on to the Panda, our defense agent. And we press his EX skill. Let's see it. Let's see it. I didn't even, wait, I didn't even see the miasma bar move. The fact of the matter is that every agent that isn't Rupture deals depressingly low amounts of damage to the miasma bar and deal no damage at all to its HP. This essentially just gives them, I assume, like 95% damage reduction from a shit ton of defense as long as the miasma is up. And Rupture agents do two things. They ignore defense and also deal increased damage to the miasma. So look how Yishuan does in comparison. Look how fast she does damage to both bars. We're on to her. HP goes down, miasma goes down. They're going down super fast. And then once the miasma bar is completely
Yeah, it's almost
filled,
like
well,
fire
you can just
melts
imagine what happens, right?
a ice type enemy.
I mean, the point of it is like no other units can
We're shredding
drop it down that
Because
fast.
Yishuan and actually dealing damage. No
I mean,
other teammate
yeah,
is able
but
to deal
that-
damage while it's up. We deal a burst of damage and then also break the enemy after the miasma disappears too. I thought breaking the enemy was supposed to be the job of stun characters, but instead, Rupture agents against these bosses stun them and also deal damage to them. Against this enemy type in particular, Rupture agents are both a DPS and a stun character. And guess
Yeah,
what's
to
gonna be
that
GU
one
defense
specific
and deadly
enemy.
assault for the next couple of months.
And
Guys,
those
why
are
do you think I made
two
all these videos? Do you genuinely
forms
think that
of way down the line side content. Not even main content. That's like side content. So it's not even main content. And it's like way down the line. And it's specifically only like those status, whatever. It's specifically only for those, you know, it's like, yeah, an ice type character is going to do barely nothing to an ice type enemy.
Well, actually, technically, at the moment right now, you can take your Miyabi and just roll every element.
Well, I'm just speaking in a general sense.
But we're talking about ZZZ right now, like because
I
no matter
we're talking about ZZZ right now, but
no
in a
matter
general
what,
sense,
Miyabi can just pretty much do everything at the moment. Doesn't matter if
Yeah,
it's resistant to ice; she can just work through it.
yeah. Well, now people are saying now it's like, hey, we're introducing something new, so you can change up your gameplay and not get bored by just using Miyabi all the time and just doing all this stuff. Here's something interesting.
But
Here's something to change
the
things
thing
up.
is, what they're trying to say right now is this new rupture mechanic is all other units at the like probably after this patch like drops, all other units are practically useless because they can't break down the miasma fast enough anymore, and you need a rupture unit to do it now. It's like
Just for that side content, though. That's the thing.
not. Well, it's gonna be in the story too, so yeah.
Definitive?
Yes, I mean it's new enemies dropping on a new on 2.0, probably the most important update. Yeah, it's gonna be in the story.
But the thing is, how vastly different of damage are the enemies in story going to take compared to these bosses that are made to be really tough for
Roughly the
like the
same.
end?
Actually, well,
Well,
probably not as much HP because is the ammo, but the amount or the time to knock down the miasma down, it's going to be probably the same or
we'll
close
have to
to be
see
the same.
because that is side content that is like way far down the line and is supposed to be built as kind of in-game in-game side content that you're doing where stuff is beefed up and harder and all. If some of those enemies are going to be in story, that's vastly different, right? They're not with how the story works compared to that's the Eridu defense and like all that stuff is vastly different. So even if those enemies are in the story, the clear times are not as like sure with the getting the S rank wherever with the air defense. Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. If you really want to like sweaty, 100% like S clear it, whatever. But with the story, that doesn't matter as much. And so you can just hack and slash with Miyabi. And I'm sure these debuffs and everything
Anyway, only time will tell.
seem a lot scarier on paper than they're
Anyway,
going to
moving
be
on.
in an actuality.
Moving on.
Guys, why do you think I made all these videos? Do you genuinely think that I hate the game? That I'm just trying to doom post the game? That I'm trying to make people think that the game is awful and terrible? Or is it simply me recognizing that the game was going down an awful fucking path with the release of Hoshimi Miyabi, who essentially, if you weren't willing to spend time playing this game like a job, was basically required to be able to clear the endgame content? And now this character, without a fucking doubt, is. Because holy moly, if this is what non-rupture agents are doing to its fucking shield, let's just play it back one more fucking time because it's so egregious. Brother, you're cooked. You're cooked, brother. Look, that was an EX skill. That's the second stab of the... You're cooked. What are you going to do? Unless you pull her. That did no damage either. Maybe that's why the damage numbers were hidden. Wait, now I gotta see I win to loses. Hey, he's actually... Oh, he wasn't allowed. I see. If you're in the Shiyu defense, you're not allowed to show damage numbers. You're only allowed to show damage numbers in Deadly Assault against non-miasma bosses. So maybe it wasn't actually because of the W engine comparisons. It was because they didn't want to show the fact that if the boss has miasma, your characters deal no damage to it. And I win to lose. The only footage he's showing over here is against non-miasma bosses in Deadly Assault. He actually doesn't get into the Shiyu defense clears. I'm beginning to see what restrictions Hoyo has placed on their early access CCs. They don't want people to know about this. They don't want people to know how predatory and how shilled the game has become with the integration of this dog shit miasma mechanic. If you're looking for an example of what an actual stun agent like Koleda will do to this boss, we got some gameplay footage of that as well. So we got her coming in with her EX skill, massive hit, does about 5% of the miasma bar. Now let's see the follow-up. This is going to be Yi Xuan's ultimate. How are you supposed to play this game without her? Why is the stun agent both dealing no damage and then also not breaking the stun bar.
He's focusing
And
on
this
the
Rupture
wrong
agent is
thing,
dealing
though.
both damage and then also breaking the stun bar at the same time. Are these bosses racist against non-Chinese characters? Because it seems like all of the Rupture agents seem to be Chinese. What do you do? What do you do? This is unbelievable. This is crazy. This is some of the worst monetization practices I've ever seen in a game. And I have been warning you people about this. When was the first fucking video I made about this whole situation? When was the first video? I've been warning you all about this for at least 3 months. Surely it's been at least 3 months. It's 2 months ago. My video, ZZZ is the new HSR. I've been warning you idiots about this for 2 fucking months. Nobody listened. So yeah, I guess that'll be that. I guess that will be that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, this overview, whatever it is, this whole breakdown that we have going on over here, hopefully it's made it a lot more clear the massive issues that are going to be coming to this game in version 2.0. Hopefully, after this, people will begin understanding why people are saying ZZZ is now the new HSR. That it's overly shilling different characters. That it is making it a requirement to pull on their limited banners. Otherwise, you're just in store for one of the worst experiences in gacha gaming. Hopefully, it's been a lot more clear. And I'm only doing this. I've only made this content for one simple reason. Because I actually thought that the game was pretty good. I actually thought that the game had a lot of potential. I had fun playing parts of it. Playing a lot of it, actually. But this, to me, this doesn't look fun. This doesn't look fun unless I have Yi Xuan. This looks fucking terrible if I don't have this character. And if I do have her, it's gonna feel terrible not using her fucking signature because I'm gonna have 35% less damage. And hopefully, maybe after this, maybe after 2.0, fuck it, maybe after 2.1, this community will open their eyes to the fucking disaster that is unfolding in front of their faces. Because it's been happening since the release of Hoshimi Miyabi, but everyone put the blinders on and said it was okay. She's a Void Hunter. Great. Go Void Hunt your fucking way out of this shit, idiots. So with that, let me know what you all think. Peace.
Welcome to the gacha community and their content creators.
He's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I guess I have a different perspective on gaming and various things. It's just like, okay, yeah, sure. You want to kill something in 3 seconds and be done? And it's like something somewhat challenging gets thrown in your face, you're gonna break down and cry? Man, you must be really weak then.
I mean,
I don't know.
It's not Saint Toss or anything that's crying. It's more of the rest of the community. Or the people that's protecting it. Protecting the game.
Learn to change up how you play.
Change it to what though? That's the thing.
Well, you gotta wait for it to come out. And then it's like with any game. Say Elden Ring, right? You throw something at it, you're like, oh well, that doesn't work. You throw something else at it, it's like, ooh, wait a second. That might work. I just need to do this, and the other thing. And then, wow, you have a strategy that probably other people won't even think about because they're too busy twiddling their thumbs saying something's too hard. Use critical thinking, people.
We'll see what happens, man. Again, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Like, we don't even know the full extent of this whole miasma mechanic yet.
Exactly. It's like the only thing that's being shown right now is very late end game of side content that is built to be rough and everything.
Pretty
Don't
much.
even know where else it's going to be put, if that's going to be the final iteration of those bosses and how stuff works. Don't even know that, because this stuff isn't even out yet. It's like, I don't know.
I think I think it's solely because of, you know, Hoyo Games has a history of doing stuff like this.
I mean, yeah, it has a history of doing stuff.
Saying like this is their fourth game, right? And they've been doing that with the previous game titles. So I wouldn't be surprised if people like Santontas talks like that for like months about stuff like this happening to a game. And it end up coming true because of, you know, it's Hoyo and everything, blah blah blah.
I mean, in this respect, I was gonna say, in this respect, like, it's very different from Star Rail, because at least it's not like, hey, here's this like really over the top global passive, and then this enemy that unless you have this character, you just die, kind of thing. This is adding just another element. This is just adding a different element. And then an enemy, an element and a mechanic, right? Okay. Do you just die? No. It's an element and mechanic that takes you a little bit longer to beat if you don't have said character.
Well, at the moment,
is that the end of the world?
At the moment, right now, they're predicting that it might take a lot longer.
Yeah, predicting that it might take longer. Has there been anyone to show me I'll be fighting it?
No.
According to that guy, no.
No one
has anyone
has.
tried? According to that guy, no.
one has.
So, freaking out over nothing right now. It's too early to freak out. It is too early to freak out. My thought on all of this would be, for a positive spin, hey, at least they're adding, you know, a new variation of content to the game. Hey, they're adding a new mechanic to the game. That's like say that would be like, say, Wooloo adding a new boss, right? With a bunch of new mechanics, or a bunch with a bunch of new move sets that's not seen on any other boss. It's almost on the same level of that, right? Because because the whole bosses change up their moves as the HP gets lower, so on and so forth, right? It's on the same level as that. Just everyone hold the phone and stop freaking out. At least they're adding some new variation.
Well, you can't exactly say that, because the same exact people, Tecton, Santontas, and everyone else predicted were pretty much freaking out with the global passive that Caster has. And then,
like I said,
finally
that's completely different, though.
Having a boss on the last patch pretty much had a mechanic of, if it reaches 10, the boss will pretty much do a mechanic where it drops everyone's HP down to 1, and it's pretty much like a heal check, like in FF14.
Yeah.
And you have to
That's completely different, though.
You have to quickly heal your units and everything.
Yeah. That's completely different, because there it's like, yeah, you can't get past that without that character. It's not about, how long it takes to kill it or anything like that. No, you just die without said character and having said global passive. That was right to freak out about. It's like, oh no. In this turn-based strategy game where there is no skill involved and just strategy, you have a character with a global passive that just revives someone free for free.
I think
Yeah,
again.
that's something to freak out about.
I think again, it's that Hoyo debuff that's happening.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, yeah.
at the right now, or it has been right. No one trusts Hoyo right now.
Yeah.
So it's literally everything, and everyone not trusting them. They're pretty much practically freaking out about Hoyo doing anything to their games that will cause a huge. I wouldn't say a panic, more of what's the word for it? Just people like those kind of content creators just catching wind of it and saying that, oh no, they're gonna do this to the game, it's over, kind of thing. And this same Tantas is saying that, yeah, ZZZ is becoming slower and slower, or becoming like HSR, very slowly, or something like that. Very slowly, slow, whatever. Let me put it in this perspective. It's Hoyo has lost the trust of the content creators and the community and the people that's playing it. If you're showing that, like the whole miasma mechanics and all that to everyone and for everyone to see, yes, people will freak out because of just the how less the trust and how people just don't believe a single, or not really believe, but more like, I guess, I don't know how to say it properly, but it's like more of, oh no, Hoyo's up and at it again because they added something entirely new into the game and it's all over and this looks really bad and everything. With Wooloo though, Zanny hits hard and everything, and I think you saw some of it when I was playing it, right?
Yeah.
She hits hard, but it just same guy though. He was saying that Zanny is kind of not as strong because you need Phoebe to do the Spectre Frazzle debuff, because Zanny does a lot more damage if the enemies have Spectre Frazzle on them, right?
Yeah.
Like a debuff and all that. But that only becomes difficult when you're fighting the end game stuff. And some small situations here and there. During the story is normal, I guess. You can still hit pretty hard with Zanny, but just not as good. And I've been playing with Zanny and Bard Lady. She's not the best of the best at applying the debuff, because she can only apply the Spectre Frazzle when Bard Lady does her ultimate. While Phoebe just needs to change into one of her two modes that she has. One of them doing damage and the other one doing Spectre Frazzle. And kind of like cutting her own damage just to support and do Spectre Frazzle.
Yeah. Which, on that note, right? On that same note of requiring your character to do the max potential and everything, requiring Phoebe to really push Zanny to the max. It was noted that for that new character to even do anywhere near close to damage of Miyabi, she has to have the panda. I think that's a glaring oversight.
Miyabi doesn't need the panda. What are you talking about?
No, the new person needs the panda.
Yeah, I heard you say Miyabi.
No, I was saying I said that for the new person to do anywhere near the same amount of damage as Miyabi, she needs the panda.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it was said, and that like summary thing
At
that
the
he
moment
started
right
out
now,
with in the
yeah.
beginning.
At the moment
So
right now, yeah.
I think that's a clear oversight that she requires one very specific character, and it is only that character. There is no others that she can work with for a buff. Miyabi, on the other hand, which that guy was going on about and saying, can work with several characters
Or by
as a
herself,
buff.
actually.
Or by herself. Yeah.
Because
So-
she just does that much damage when she's like fully built and everything and has her engine.
Exactly. So
You know what would be dirty when this comes out, this update comes out? You have the new character, and then you have Miyabi. But I don't think they're gonna do that yet. I don't think they're gonna bring back Miyabi just yet as a rerun.
yeah, that'll probably be after this new character.
That'd be like kick to the grind. Yeah, I think the whole miasma mechanic for what we saw, what amount what we saw is, yeah. At the moment right now, any other character that's not a rupture unit will do next to no damage to the miasma
Well, it did show
bar
that
and
the
HP.
well, he showed the footage of a stun character, a character that goes off stun. He said it did 5% of the bar, so like it still did like
Well, it's a
a
stun
chunk of the bar.
character.
So yeah,
But
exactly,
it
which
looks-
is what they're built
well,
for.
From what I saw on the video, it looks like it didn't move the HP bar and only did like a small chunk of the miasma bar only.
Well, yeah, it didn't do that much to the HP bar, but yeah, it did. But the main focus was it did a small chunk to the miasma bar. So you get a stun character that works really well. Pair that stun character with someone else that they go hand in hand, right? So you build a team where they all kind of go hand in hand. You have that stun character. Get that miasma bar down, and then come in with Miyabi or someone else, and then you finish them off with HP. Because the whole thing is that once you get that miasma bar down, then you're good.
Pretty
So-
much.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Like, the fact that you can get it down by small chunks with a stun character.
I think we're getting our head out of ourselves because again, this is not out yet, so we don't know the whole
Exactly.
thing yet.
Exactly.
But it comes back to what I just said not too long ago. People lost a lot of trust to Hoyo games, so they're worried. Of course, they're worried about a lot of things
I mean, yeah.
because Hoyo
But
has
there's also-
lately Hoyo has not really been doing. I mean, I guess no. Sorry, they have been doing good because they're making a lot of money. But what I'm trying to say is the decisions and stuff to make people spend or pull whatever is still pretty high. It's kind of like they showed this off at the special program stream, whatever. Show everything, and then after that, people break it down, and then some people gets a chance to look at the early stages, the beta version of that character that's coming on what do you call it? What's the word for it? The creative server, and see what they do and everything. But get told that hey, hide the damage numbers and stuff like that, and only use that new limited character that's coming out soon. Don't use any other characters that's not that rupture agent or whatever. we're gonna keep people quote unquote guessing because we want everyone to pull on this new character and let other people find out that hey, is Miyabi still good or is she dog shit now with this new
Yeah.
mechanic that's coming?
Because you know the problem? People have no critical thinking skills. And so the one thing,
Well,
and that's a
again,
glaring problem.
Dark,
And
again, it's
Hoyo
hard. It's hard
Hoyoverse,
to
but
do
here's the
that
thing.
when you lost the trust. So
But
I
here's
can
the thing, though.
understand.
Hoyoverse praise is a predator and preys on the fact that nobody has critical thinking skills anymore. They're like, oh, we have a massive audience that just doesn't do any critical thinking. So they're taking advantage of that. They're taking advantage of the fact that nobody does any critical thinking anymore. That's the big glaring issue.
I don't know, man. It's pretty much like that because once they pull that character that does the that can get around that mechanic and everything, next thing you know it, there's gonna be another one that's gonna do a better job at getting rid of that miasma next patch or something like that, or 2 patch from now, and then those same people is gonna be like, oh shit, I gotta pull for that character now because it does a better job at getting rid of that miasma. And it's another rupture agent too that does the job even better. So
Yeah.
it's more money for Hoyo or whatever, right?
Yeah.
They can get that bar gone and whatever even faster.
Yeah.
That's what these people do, think.
Yeah, and I don't know. I guess I just
It's like, okay,
I think
I
differently,
get.
so.
It's not even about thinking differently. It's just is how it is with the gotcha games. And it is the thing. I think you talked about this last time. It's the whole anything to keep the viewers or the players to stay in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, I guess, in a way, not really good to do to the players and all that. But at the at the same time, it's a gotcha. It's gambling. It's kind of like saying that's their job in a way.
Yeah.
The only reason why reason why Wooloo is like doing better is because one of the big things again is the whole fact that oops, that's the wrong gun. It's the whole fact that the weapon banner in Wooloo is guaranteed all the time, but it's still about I think 70 or 80 pulls just to get it, just to get the weapon and everything. But people don't need to worry about a 50-50 on the banner. They just have to worry about getting the limited character because that still has a 50-50. With CCZ, both character and the W engine has a 50-50 on it, so it's a matter of do I win or do I lose? And even the people that are free to play probably will think, oh no, this could be the end of the world because this character is going to be needed and everything just to get through that new mechanic that's coming that a lot of people are saying that it's going to be really tough to do without a rupture agent. I don't know that. It's your typical player or what and whatnot. Typical Hoyo player, or someone or a person that never plays a Hoyo game before.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I say this every time, and I'm gonna say it again. It's because people don't trust, or content creators like Santotas just absolutely does not trust what Hoya does ever anymore.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you can say a lot. You can say that, oh, it doesn't matter that they're adding this new mechanic and everything. Yeah, it's just gonna be a little longer to beat this. Well, if these people think, oh, well, if this is gonna be a problem, that means a fight that usually lasts maybe 1 to 4 minutes is going to change into 6 to 9 minutes now. Well, that's
oh
not
no,
very good.
6-9 minutes.
Well, I mean that's a problem if you're doing that end game content, right?
I mean, yeah. That in-game side content.
But well, I mean, it's really important to them because that's how you get that currency to roll more on the banners and stuff like that. So it does matter a lot to those people.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, Dark, I never do that, so I don't really care about that end game stuff. I just do the story, do the story, do the event, and I'm done. And then I play something else. I play like Assassin's Creed Shadows, for instance, or something like that. I mean, another thing, if you want something really hard to play, just play Elden Ring.
Yeah, exactly.
I sweated it and everything because that game is hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I mean, Tecton is kind of the same thing, but not really. If you ever verse if you were to verse Santotas or Tecton or those two content creators, they'll be ready for you. They're gonna, as they will say it, they're gonna take out every receipt and show it to you.
Every receipt and show
Receipt as an evidence on this said topic about said problem, about said gotcha game or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the definition of receipt.
Yeah.
Because what like when you buy stuff, what's on the receipt? What does it show you?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you, what does it show? What's on there? Tell me.
What you bought, how much it was for, and all, if there was a sale or not.
And sometimes, where is it bought too, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically it, right? That's a definition of it, but it's set in more of for games and other stuff, and yeah,
Yeah.
They will go hard and say, okay, the famous saying from Tecton, okay, it's like, is that a find me a video that I said that, or okay, what was that? I'm trying to remember right now. Let's say you said something about a game and all that stuff. Like, let's say it's Genshin Impact and saying you said something that's good about or something like that. You will say, okay, like what? But it's more on a specific topic and a specific problem sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. But it's kind of hard to explain that. So the whole thing is just like, okay, give me the evidence that specifically shows that, hey, it's not that bad, or it's not a problem, or it's not going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
They will go to ends of the earth to prove it that, hey, they're right and you're wrong, kind of thing. It's,
yeah.
I like when I watched like for SMDs to Tectone and Tectone does, it's kind of hard to prove them wrong sometimes. And even if you do prove them wrong, at least Tectone, he'll admit it that he's wrong and just move on.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't really like, oh no, you proved me wrong kind of thing. I'm gonna get angry at it. No, he doesn't really do that.
Yeah. Well, it's good that he doesn't do that.
Same thing with Tectone does, like, but he's a little bit different. But like lately, people has been kind of going to him and bashing him on literally everything that he's been saying. And just, yeah, sure, watching that video could leave a weird or a strange impression on him, but a lot of times he's right, yeah. Not all the time. I'm not saying that, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's just bigger people that has no brain, and to just say it.
Yeah. Actually, the funny thing with like Genshin is like you saw me do it. I found a way to pretty much mainly only use the main character to do basically everything.
I think it was, well, if anyone were to see you playing and you gotten that far or to set place, right? Or
Yeah.
someone would say, well, you didn't wipe them out in 1 or 2 hits or something like that. Oh, why are you using this team? It's not optimal and blah, blah, blah. You should be doing this and that. That's what a usual viewer of literally anyone that plays gacha games and stuff like that, or any game that requires you to play a certain way or something like that.
That's so silly. It's my response would be like, you didn't kill it in 1 or 2 hits. I was like, so what? I did it. I did it.
Well, you see, Dork, it doesn't fit my narratives, so whatever I say is right and blah blah blah, and you're right. You know what I mean? Saint Tone doesn't.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. and
Saint
everything.
Tone
I see those
and
kind of people.
Saint Tone and Tectone deals with those kind of people on a daily. So when you watch Saint Tone like that video just now, I think you can understand why he's always angry, because dealing with those people every time.
Yeah.
So in some ways, like, yeah, I know he sounds crazy sometimes, but keep in mind he's dealing with those kind of people all the time. Cut him some slack a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't mean to sound like I'm defending him, but it's just how it is with those kind of people.
Well, yeah, no, yeah. And see, for me, I like taking something that everyone freaks out about, just like, oh no, you gotta do it this specific way, blah blah blah. I think you know this about me by now, that I like looking at that and saying, okay, but what about this? and finding an alternative way to do something. Not that it's more optimal or anything like that, but that there are alternative solutions to a problem.
Yeah.
I like finding those. And then being like, hey, look, I did it. See? Here's the thing you can do.
You want to know the funniest thing is? And this is from Tectone. He saw the live
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, number 45 on trending
thing for 2.0 in ZZZ. And he was saying after everything he saw that's coming in 2.0, he said he might go back to that game because it actually caught his interest. But the funny thing is, he has not played since 1.4 when Miyabi came out.
Okay, that's funny.
So he missed a lot of stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna point that out.
Yeah. Oh no, that's funny though. That's real funny though.
You can't say I'm wrong when the game is boring right now, when you beat everything. If you beat everything, it's kind of boring. But
and that's fair though, because what I was saying before about what the game's purpose is and all, right?
Well,
It's a casual game for a comfy time. Once
let
you
me-
beat
let me-
everything, of
yeah.
course it's going to be
Let
boring,
me say this.
right? Because
Let me
that's
say this. Or the right thing and the wrong thing. Yeah, it is a casual game. It's not meant to be played the whole day. It is meant to, or at least, if there's a story, yes, you finish that. You take maybe 2, 3, 4 days to finish it or something like that. And then you do the events. You finish that event. And then either you farm up for the next character that's coming out next time, or you just say, hey, I don't really want to farm. I'm just going to play another game or another gacha game. But the people that like stays and play the game like me, like I play ZZZ and Boolaloo every day just to use up my energy and just get off the game. And after that, I do that every time. And the problem is, it's like it feels like a job almost. Just to keep going. Just to keep going. Because Carthathia is coming out in June 12th, which is next week. Next Thursday. Alright. And I think 2.0 is coming out this week, actually. Either Wednesday or Thursday here. Right? So, yeah. So, when you're not around, I might see what's gonna happen in ZZZ. I do have the fun to roll and get the new character that's coming. And after that, I don't think it's gonna matter because I have her. Because I skipped Vivian and Hugo because I gotta do some critical thinking. I was like, okay, who do I really want and who do I don't want? And it does not matter because Miyabi's there.
I'm glad you said I gotta do some critical thinking.
Oh, because I don't make much money, so I gotta think, okay, what do I do?
Yeah, exactly. See, you're one of the top higher percentage of people using just for that fact alone.
Because Vivian and Hugo are just DPS that does ether and Hugo does ice. Okay, those two don't really matter at all because I have Miyabi.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna wait for the new character that's kind of needed. That is needed for the new mechanic that's coming, which is coming very soon. I'm just gonna roll for that character, and if not gonna roll for the child tiger girl that's coming afterwards. I'm just gonna get what I need and then be done. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna move on now. If I really want that little tiger girl, I could, but I want to see what's gonna be on the next banner, in the next update.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. I was like, okay, I don't need every character.
No, you really don't.
I mean, most of the characters in ZZZ is fun. There's like a handful of characters that kind of suck and boring. I'm gonna say.
Who are they? Lay them out.
Lycon's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I'll agree. What was his face? Kokoli. The short red hair.
That's Star Rail.
I know. The small red hair was the hammer.
Oh, yeah, it starts with a K. Yeah, I don't remember the full name. I just know it starts with a K. And, but I know what you're talking about.
Her ultimate, she's cool because her ultimate by herself it's cool. But for some reason, if you have Ben, the Ben the bear on your team, her ultimate changes because Ben's on the team.
I think that's really cool.
And what else? What else? Grace is alright.
Yeah, Grace is a little. For me, Grace is kind of like. Yeah, okay.
Rena is alright.
Yeah.
Ju-1, cop lady, is fun, but she doesn't feel powerful. And feels kind of underwhelming. Her whole mechanic is you shoot to fill up that little dot on the top left. And when it's filled up, you can hold Y, and she does that burst amount of ether for each attack and all that when you hold down her skill button. And it doesn't really do that much damage whatsoever. It feels really bad. Funny enough, Jane Doe still feels nice, but she kind of falls short with her damage with everything. Because the problem is she needs to fill up the status effect, which is assault, to do the big damage. That's how she does her big damage. If you can build that up, then she's practically just not doing damage. Her animation looks nice, but it's like, okay. She's doing all that fancy move, but not doing damage. The other cop lady, the one with the staff, she doesn't she doesn't need to do damage because she's a stunner. She just fills up the stun bar faster, but she got easily replaced by Trigger later. What else?
I like using her though. It's just going like just keeping everyone in one place. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here for a minute here.
Bernice
is really
Bernice
fun.
is funny. But I know you don't have her, but Bernice is interesting. She applies fire to, or at least like a fire dot on the enemies. So if you were to bring out like Miyabi, for instance, and add another element to it, it can cause an interesting debuff that basically pretty much does a lot of damage when two elements collide.
When two elements collide.
And it doesn't have to be fire like from Bernice. It can be anyone.
Yeah.
It could be from Yanagi that does lightning. It could be from it's pretty much anyone that can. Oh god, it's like anyone that can pretty much put an element down really quickly.
Yeah.
Because Miyabi has a unique. She's a unique ice element. And what I mean by that is when you use her, right? She does Frostburn, which is a new interesting debuff. And Frostburn is pretty much like ice, but it's on fire. It's like fire ice. That's debuff on the enemies. That's what or how she does her damage. And get her dots up all the way to max. And her little dots, pretty much she has 3 stages. For each one of those moves, takes 2 dots to do 1. So pretty much if you were to fill it all the way to the top, it would do the strongest one. If you fill it up 4 times, it does it does a different version, but a weaker version. If you only fill it 2 times only, it does the weakest version of it only. But the only reason why you want to fill it all the way up is to do the maximum amount of damage, because in the skills, it starts off level 1, 100 damage. At level 2, 500 damage. At level 3, 4,000 damage. Oh, sorry, 4,000%. Sorry, it's 100%. Yeah, 100%, 500%, 4,000% damage. That's a big jump.
Yeah.
I think her max is like 5,000 when she does it. it's strong. It's like it does more damage than her ultimate.
That's crazy.
Her ultimate also increased Dell's dust, so she can do it faster again. You have Yanagi that's also there to help do lightning damage and put a debuff on the enemies. You have what's her name? Evelyn. She's very interesting. She does fire and stuff and does big damage, but you kind of need her with some. Well, you can fit her in a few teams here and there. Astra Yao, the singer. Her sole preference is to sing in the background and give you buffs, pretty much, and heal you. And I don't. As of right now, Astra Yao is still probably the best unit because she's the only one that can heal still. The heal the team. But yeah, that's about it. Like that's all the people that feels good. Anton does not feel good.
Yeah, no.
What was his other dude's name? That cat. Seth actually is one of the coolest 4-star units because his weapon, yeah, it's a baton and a shield, but it changed into like a crazy looking monster hunter weapon when he does his either his skill or his ultimate. And then you have I think it's Lucy with the one with the bat and like 3 small pigs.
Yeah.
She's interesting, kind of, but she doesn't feel great to use though. She's pretty much a support. What was it? King? Not King. Somebody else. Oh right, Caesar, the one with the sword and shield, the one that you saw right in the video earlier. She's really good though. She's pretty much like Zhang Li skill.
Oh, power went out.
Hold on. Okay,
I was just about to take a shower.
Shower?
Yeah, because where is it?
Did you bring a shower back?
It's stinky. No, I didn't bring a shower back. I went back to the home place I was gonna take a shower, but I can try to bring a shower back.
Oh, or you can bring a generator to that place.
Well, the thing is that it's a water pump, right? It needs water, I guess.
Maybe? I have no idea.
Yeah, shower has no water. Can't shower.
No power, it said, right?
Yeah. Or no water. It doesn't have water. It needs water.
Oh shit, I need to fill the... Oh god.
Bless you. I can pick up the shower.
Sure, bring it back.
Wait a second. Oh, I just took the shower, not the shower floor and faucet thing, not the actual doors.
Oh, that's funny. So this generator here, it's gonna last for 148 days. That's crazy.
That is crazy. No, I can't put the deluxe shower in the trauma bag. Man, that's crazy.
You know the one thing we need to find the bigger gas cans.
Yeah.
But
I'm
anyway.
slightly.
Oh, Billy the kid does not feel nice. Kind of
Yeah,
poopy.
he doesn't. Yeah, I'll agree on that.
What was that one girl with pink hair?
Oh, Nicole?
Nicole is nice to play.
Yeah,
She has a black hole when she does her stuff.
yeah. Nice to play, nice to look at too. I mean, what?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll see. We'll see if this works.
Well, I'm gonna quickly get more gas on opening the gate to get out and drive to the gas station.
Shower has no water.
I gotta put it. So where did you put it?
I put it right in the corner next to the sink.
All right. So if you can you make another barrel for it? Or do you want
I don't have
you want to wait for me to come back and then do it?
I don't have what's necessary to make the barrel.
Some of it should be in the boxes, maybe? I don't know. You probably need to check that for yourself. Okay, where's all the zombies? That's interesting. There's no zombies on the road right now.
Interesting.
Maybe because it's during the daytime, it's not nighttime right now. Oh, there's
Maybe.
one zombie. Bonk.
I'm trying to just find where it is actually in the crafting thing.
So if I remember, you need garbage bags, plank wood, and that's it.
Is it storage? No. What category is it under to make?
It's not storage, if I recall.
Because I've looked under all the ones. No. Maybe tailoring. So I looked on under survival and surely not. I looked under carpentry.
It's under carpentry. For the rain barrel thing.
It didn't pull up in the name filter. Yeah. There, if I type BA to start barrel, it's just spiked baseball bat, trench bat.
What about rain? Just rain.
Nope.
Fine, I'll do it when I get back.
Yeah, I type rain, nothing there. I may not have, I only have, what's my carpentry level? Oh, well, no, I have carpentry level 4,
I'm back.
but that shouldn't. Survive this. Nope. Yeah, no.
I'm not. I don't have a hammer. That's why I can't. Okay, hold on. I need a hammer. Where did I put my hammer? Oh god. I seem to forgot where I put my hammer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, where did I put it?
Oh, we're going to have to put the toilet in there, too, then, I guess.
Where did I put my hammer? Why did I? Where?
Yeah, sure. So we'll have to put the toilet in here, too.
Oh, there it is.
You'll have to build a 3rd barrel.
Okay, where do you need the barrel? Where do you need the barrel?
We need 2. Guys,
Okay,
if
all right, where do you need it?
I think. What was this flush toilet?
Where do you need it, Dark? I'm dying here, actually.
Okay. So that worked.
Yeah, the power's on, that's why.
Well, no, the toilet's water.
All right,
So you need to put it in this corner. You need to put
Okay.
it right here.
Okay.
All right. And it should be right above the shower.
Plumb the deluxe shower. All right, it's good to go. You can shower now.
Oh, it has water. Oh, I wonder if that... That's curious. Yeah, we'll see if the toilet needs to be in there too. Or if the toilet can work without like a water source.
I need a way back to practicing my reload.
Wow.
Need to eat. Time to eat.
Yeah, if you go to take a shower, just a quick note: take your bag off, or
Wait,
else you're
what?
gonna be slowly dying.
Wait, why?
Why? Because it takes everything off and just sticks it in your inventory. So you just,
Oh.
instead of like actually wearing the bag, it's just in your inventory. So if you have a lot of stuff in your bag and everything, you get very, very encumbered to the point that you lose health. It
That's kinda
will pop up
stupid.
the thing, extremely heavy load.
Again, that's kind of stupid, but okay. Why would you kids do that to themselves?
Yeah, so when you go take a shower, take your bag off.
Alright, so the box that's under the stairs upstairs is mine. I'm making it right now. It is my own personal stuff.
I wish that's your box. Okay.
Anyway, back to practicing my reload.
Oh yeah, I think there was like one or two other things that I didn't watch that you had sent me.
But as I was saying, that's how the Hoya community is.
That is so f***ing huge for Zenless Zone Zero. I don't remember the last time they were ever on trending. Like, this is a big deal. This is, yeah, 334,000 views.
Silly,
Number 37 on trending for gaming. What the fuck?
Are you
That's
still in
huge.
my
Okay, let's see
screenshot?
how
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes then.
I was just gonna do this.
Simulation combat data
Do what?
updated.
It's the
Okay.
video that you
Thank
showed
you
me
for your hard
earlier.
work, Miss Miyabi. The data entry went smoothly.
Oh, they're showing me out because Yi Zhuan about to power creep the fuck out of her.
Here's your coffee. Please enjoy.
Thanks.
Hold on,
I'll pass.
hold on.
Who's that over there?
Ah, that's Ishu and Shifu from Yunque.
That's you,
Hold on,
but
hold on,
that
hold on.
is number 37 on trending for gaming. What the fuck? That's huge. Okay, let's see how it goes then.
You watching?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Simulation combat data updated.
Okay.
Thank you for your hard work, Miss Miyabi. The data entry went smoothly.
Oh, they're showing me out because Yi Zhuan about to power creep the fuck out of her.
Here's your coffee. Please enjoy.
Thanks. I'll pass.
Nah.
Who's that over there?
Ah, that's Ishu and Shifu from Yunque
That's you, but better.
Summit. She's here to compare combat data today.
Huh? Was I assigned to compare combat data? Understood. Better not keep her waiting.
Keep her... Oh, Miss Miyabi, that's not what I meant.
Uh-oh.
Nah.
Fat bird.
Yeah, seriously, fat bird.
Damn.
For them. But seems there's one last troublemaker. Could it be a system error?
Wait, are they about to fight?
Nah.
Yushu and Shufu, sorry to keep you waiting.
Stop.
We're scheduled for a 3-move training session. Without further ado, let us
What?
begin.
Goku versus Vegeta already?
Training? Oh, sure.
Oh, that's so sick.
No need to be polite. What I was saying...
I understand. I was rude to hold back. Let's proceed with the second move.
This is great.
What the fuck? Holy shit, bro. Is this Dragon Ball Z?
Seriously, though.
Damn, bro.
I mean,
What the
of everything that's happened, Miyabi's still really, really strong.
Yeah.
Damn, is this shit lore accurate? God, did you see that movie's jiggle? Boy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, bro. Holy shit, this goes hard.
Honestly.
It's like Rock
It's
Lee
really
versus
cool.
Gara. Holy shit, dude! Perry. Perry. Uh-oh. Yep. We about to
She
play
has her
the
own
game.
then. Hold up.
Okay, so we can do all that now, huh? Yeah, Miyabi, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Your odds of being the top character right now, and they are falling dramatically.
Almost time to clock out. Why don't we make this quick?
Memories broken, the truth goes unspoken. I can't even remember my name. There will be blood shed. Oh my God! Oh my God! The impact rate! Yeah, you fucking telling me! Holy shit!
Yishu and Shufu. I apologize for offending you. I meant no harm.
It's all right. So you must be Hoshimi Miyabi. You live up to your reputation. By the way,
And then they had hot, visceral lesbian sex.
can we leave now?
Oh man.
Sorry, we're doing everything we can to repair it. Also, about the combat data from earlier.
It's fine. By the way, I still have an unfinished training session today.
Oh?
It involves having dessert with a new friend.
Oh my God. I love it, dude. That was
That's pretty
that's
good.
one of those okay, and sorry guys. I have a feeling that the Zenless Zone Zero community will be very happy with my reaction to that trailer. But that was actually a trailer that was worthy of a fucking insane reaction, because that was fucking nuts. That was the best Zenless Zone Zero trailer of all fucking time. That was so good. Like, dude, I cannot tell you how excited I am for 2.0. Like, man, everything about that trailer, like, dude, the moment she pulls out the blade and she was already going to die to the ink and her lackadaisical attitude, 9.7 out of 10, 9.79 out of 10, guys. That was fucking nuts. Jeez, oh my God. Nah, bro, that was fucking psychotic. Holy shit. I am rooting for Zenless Zone Zero so hard to succeed. I know a lot of people have already given up on Zenless Zone Zero. I have not, because the characters are just too goonable. The future looks good, doesn't it? And that's all I'll say. That looked amazing.
Yeah, Dari, that's the
Agreed.
That's the only reason why he hasn't given up is because it's goonable. That is the hard truth. That is the hard truth when it comes to Tectone.
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, go watch your other one.
It was this right here.
Everybody knows that the way you fight with a Montante is with large sweeping motions.
But what if you're doing a 1v1?
The way we usually see the Montante being used is when you're fighting multiple opponents or clearing space.
Those big arcs are to keep people back, but it's not really necessary in a 1v1 fight. So if you had to fight another person who didn't have a Montante, how would you use it?
You'd use it like this.
The range that the Montante has is insurmountable. Trying to get in and do something doesn't really work. I can wall this off and come in, but the Montante is fast enough to come off and harass me again. Even with a longsword, it's not much better. The range of the Montante is just
range
really
for
hard
days.
to overcome.
The Montante is essentially a spear-sword hybrid.
It can do a bunch of big
Yeah.
flashy cuts, but when you're fighting one other person, just stick them at the pointy end.
Everybody knows that the way you fight with a Montante
I mean, yeah,
is with large...
that is very true. That is indeed very true.
So you see why I like these guys? They talk about weapons.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, I like that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I like with like documentary stuff and all, where they talk about this kind of stuff.
But I'm talking about documentary that how should I say, that don't matter.
Star Wars has a lot of crazy lightsaber.
What now?
The documentary that doesn't matter too much. The ones that like I don't really care. I'm like, oh, okay. There's some of those.
Like reverse grip or spinning attack, but they're sleeping on the most overpowered move of all, the gazing. The gazing is a one-handed cut, usually thrown at the leg.
The problem with the gazing is that because you let go with the lead hand, controlling the edge alignment is really hard and you might hit flat, which do no damage.
The other problem is because you're only using one hand, it's not nearly as powerful as a cut that uses both hands.
But with a lightsaber, an omnidirectional blade that cuts with almost no force, none of that is an issue anymore.
So while Star Wars is known for having their characters get their hands cut off all the time, it should really be all legs. Star Wars has a lot of crazy lightsabers.
Yeah. But they do actually. The animated show does that a lot.
What? Go for the legs like that?
Yeah.
Let's see if they have anything new.
It's often been said that the pen is mightier than the sword. So
oh boy. Oh boy.
Hold on. Let me get this back over. Okay.
It's often been said that the pen is mightier than the sword.
So today, we're gonna test it and find out. On God!
Oh God! Oh shit!
No.
It's often been said that the pen is mightier than the sword. Some people have asked, if you were strong enough, could you just hold a two-handed sword in one hand?
Yes, actually, the longsword was originally a one- or two-handed sword.
This is an early period longsword, sometimes referred to as a hand-and-a-half sword.
It developed from an arming sword like this.
It was usually paired with a shield.
So why would you ever choose to put two hands on one sword instead of just having like a shield or something?
Well, the answer is power!
The biggest advantage you have with two hands is leverage.
I can easily move him around and there's nothing he can do about it because I just have more leverage with two hands.
Even if I have my strong on his weak, it's just too hard to maintain control.
There are obviously advantages to having an offhand like a shield or another weapon,
but sometimes it's better to have more leverage and control over your opponent's weapon.
The other thing you get with that leverage is speed. I can move my sword faster than he can with one hand. So even if you were strong enough to wield a two-handed sword in one hand,
you could wield a two-handed sword in two hands even better.
Some people have asked if you were strong.
I mean, yeah. It's all about leverage.
Can you pull a sword out of somebody's hand with a whip?
Well, we can.
Well, we
Exciting
can.
news! We're gonna be in Poland.
Oh, never mind.
Unarmed combat
and armed combat are very different.
But are there any similarities?
Actually, there are more than you probably think.
There's the obvious similarity of distance and timing. No matter what you're using, you have to be able to get in on your opponent and get out safely.
But even the mechanics of using a sword are similar to unarmed martial arts.
When I teach people how to use a saber for the first time, I describe it as a punching motion. Just like with a punch, how it starts here and it comes forward with its extension motion, the same thing with a saber. It goes here, it extends, and then the wrist curls to give you the snap at the end. So, punching forward just like you would with a fist.
This is even true with long swords. Now, not every cut looks like a snap cut, but the fastest cuts are just you take your lead hand and you punch and the sword cut happens.
It just goes to show that the human body can only move a certain number of ways.
And I look at him.
That's the end, right? Unarmed combat and armed combat are very different.
Anyway.
That's great. It's actually pretty great.
Why does Eastern cinema get swordplay so much better than Western cinema?
This goes even further. Depictions of fantasy swords in the East are more realistic than depictions of fantasy swords in the West.
So why is this?
Well, there's actually a really good reason.
It comes down to culture. A lot of Eastern martial arts were passed down and kept. A lot of Western martial arts were forgotten as time progressed and technology got better. We're only just now, in the last 40 years, rediscovering how the longsword worked. It was a perfectly good weapon, but we just didn't keep it around.
Meanwhile, many Eastern martial arts have been passed down for centuries.
It's not that one was better than the other, it's just the way that the cultures have preserved them. Hollywood is drawing a lot of its knowledge about the longsword from myths about it being clunky and overused from years of not knowing how it actually worked.
Meanwhile, in Japan, a lot of the samurai films were choreographed by people who have been using the katana their entire life.
Of course there are notable exceptions. Fight Master Bob Anderson was a pioneer of bringing this weapon back to the prominence that it deserved. But those are few and far between, and usually we get, well, this.
But there is good news. People's opinions about this are starting to shift.
Yeah.
Hollywood isn't quite back to the well, this.
The guy in the middle. Wait. Is the guy in the middle using two long swords of dual wield? Ooh,
yeah.
That's kind of hard to do. Solely because when you raise your both your swords above your head, it's gonna clash a lot, and just in general, it's gonna get in the way when you fight people. But so like from what my friend said to me like a few months ago, it's best to have a long sword on your main hand and a short sword on your offhand, or a dagger maybe.
Yeah.
Just to parry.
But there is good news. People's opinions about this are starting to shift.
Hollywood isn't quite caught up to this, and we're still getting clunky films, but as people start to learn more and more about these swords, we'll get better and better choreography with them.
So keep complaining.
Why does East
Prepare for my ultimate attack! Small emotions are way better than big emotions. Sometimes.
Somebody laughed over there.
Yeah.
Oftentimes in a sword fight, people will default to these big shoulder motions when they're attacking.
But there's a couple of problems with those big motions.
The first problem is, well, they're slow. You have to engage more
and they leave you
muscles,
wide
and it takes
open.
longer to make your attack.
In contrast, look at these quick motions.
There's a couple different ways to do a cut. We have shoulder cuts that come all the way from the shoulder. They're pretty big and they're pretty powerful.
But the thing is, though, in Elden Ring, when bosses do that, they make the bosses unpredictable when they're gonna hit, because the players know that that's gonna hurt a lot if you get hit by it, regardless if it's doing some wacky motion.
Next is elbow cuts. These cuts come from the elbow, and they're faster than shoulder cuts, but they're not as fast as wrist cuts, which come from the wrist.
With a sharp sword, you don't need that much power to do a lot of damage.
Snapping a wrist cut can be a really effective attack, especially if it's at a shallow target like the hand.
If your opponent is throwing big cuts, it's easy to throw smaller cuts in between their actions. So does that mean that we should never use big cuts and only use snap cuts?
Not quite. Snap cuts are great for first intention attacks, but big cuts can be used for second intention attacks or for after a parry. For instance, if I were to parry you here, I'm perfectly set up to do a big rolling cut to here. This has a lot of power and it's still pretty fast because I'm already almost all the way through my cut.
So remember, a lot of people say that bigger is always better, but they're wrong. It's more about how you use it.
No, you were lied to. I was gonna kill you.
Oh, okay.
Prepare for my ultimate attack!
Small.
I mean, that is true in everything. And plus, if you start with a shoulder attack, or like the bigger swings and such, depending on like the form and such, there's different choreograph, whatever.
Yeah.
You can lead it into a feint and then go into a a wrist swing, pretty much.
Yeah.
Would we improve unarmed martial arts?
Clark, no one has asked us that. We are a sword channel.
So we set out on a journey and we finally discovered the best way to make unarmed martial arts more effective. What if instead of fists, you had sword fists?
What?
Sword
Oh, those
fists.
weapons.
That's not unarmed anymore, though.
Yeah, but you're still punching people.
Yes, you are punching people, but you have a sword on your fist. Is that unarmed martial arts?
Yeah, I'm punching people more effectively.
No, you're stabbing people.
Shut up! Wasn't that pretty effective, was it? So there you go. We fixed MMA. You're welcome. A lot of people have asked us.
In Demon Slayer,
Yeah,
the
this is
characters
like
use different weapons to
Scooby.
practice their
Or not,
breathing styles.
Shaggy. No,
And all the
Scooby.
weapons they use come from Eastern martial arts.
And that makes sense because Demon Slayer takes place in Japan.
But what if Demon Slayer took place in medieval Europe?
So what weapons would a Inosuke use?
Inosuke uses the beast breathing style, which is described as unpredictable, fierce, aggressive, but also simple and straightforward.
We had a hard time with this when we thought about maybe using a boar spear, because, well, he's the boar.
But we wanted to stick with sword.
We also thought about getting him an arming sword and offhand axe because that seemed to fit.
And while this was definitely done historically, we don't have any direct sources talking about how it would have been used.
So what we actually settled on was
Early I-33 sword and buckler.
Now, before you start complaining about Inosuke not using two weapons,
In Inosuke's hands, a buckler is absolutely a weapon.
the buckler is often used not just as defense, but as offense.
And for a guy
It
that
is.
actively made his swords worse to hurt people more, this is absolutely on track. This style is all about finding unexpected angles and not closing aggressively and strongly.
Early sword and buckler was brutal.
Once you get in, you cannot stop until your opponent is dead.
This is why we think early I-33 sword and buckler would be perfect for Inosuke.
Let us know if you want to see more.
In Demon Slayer, the characters use different weapons to practice their
Which one? This one.
Most people's only experience with swords comes from games.
And games have a lot of mechanics.
One of them is initiative.
But how realistic is initiative in real life?
Surprisingly, initiative is pretty realistic.
The way initiative works in most games is by either rolling a dice,
Or by having a certain skill that determines how prepared you are.
in real life, this is kind of the same thing.
Minus the dice. If you go into a fight already having a plan of action or having some insight into your opponent, you are going to have more initiative and therefore be able to control the fight better.
If you go into a fight and your only plan is to react to what your opponent's gonna do, you're letting them
Hold on 1 second. Gotta check on my character. They're getting hungry. They're getting hungry. Gotta feed them. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mine is just depressed.
Why is your character always depressed?
Good question.
Good question. Next question. Anyway, back to the video.
lead the fight.
Let's say that we're gonna fight and I see that he likes to hang out in long point, so I enter with a taking action. I have now controlled the fight.
I can attempt to take my turn back, but because he's ahead of me, he can react to whatever I'm doing.
This is called seizing the vor, or the before. I have taken the initiative, and I am now ahead of him in terms of tempos and strategy.
Which puts me in the knock, or in the after, because I'm moving after he does.
It's not always bad to be in the knock. Just like in video games, sometimes it is advantageous to let your enemy move first so you can capitalize on their actions. Let's go back to that first example. I see my opponent's in long point, and I'm gonna do a taking action.
I know he wants to do a taking action, which lets me change what I'm gonna do. I'll wait for him to initiate, and then I can react to what he's doing.
My opponent is working in the knock. He's being patient and being a counterfencer. So just like in a video game, if you have a plan of action, you have high initiative and you can move first.
But it's not always the best plan to just rush in as fast as you can.
Sometimes it pays to be patient and wait to see what your opponent's gonna do. Most people's only experience with swords comes from games.
And games have a lot of mechanics.
Yeah, that's
One of
all
them
very
is
true.
initiative.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
David, I found the perfect reverse script technique.
What is it this time?
Okay, so it doesn't work on its own, but say we've entered into the bind first. Now I swap to reverse script to more strongly move you offline, then I can access these weird angles to stab you.
Okay, try it. Honestly, this was your dumbest idea yet. In fact, it's so dumb, so idiotic, that I finally have to show you what reverse grip
is actually good for. What? You've been holding it out at me this whole time? Yes, there is one technique that reverse grip is good for, but you hadn't earned the right to see it until now. David, I'm sorry. Don't make me do the technique. Your dishonor can only be cleansed this one way. I'm sorry. David, I found the perfect reverse grip technique. What is it?
I mean, they're not wrong, honestly. That's
Most people's only experience with swords comes from games. And in games, each weapon has its own skill or proficiency. But how realistic is that? Well, it's kind of realistic, but also kind of not. Let us explain. A sword is a sword, and if you know how to use one, you generally know how to use most swords. The most important skill is what we call fight IQ. Fight IQ encompasses different skills like distance management, timing, and generally being able to see what your opponent's doing and react to it. And this is a universal skill, not just between different types of swords, but just between fighting in general. The differences in the swords will change things. They'll have different distances and timing, and the enemies will be doing different tactics. But at the end of the day, a sword is a sword. But that doesn't mean there aren't proficiencies that you can gain. Learning how to use a long sword will help you when you pick up a rapier for the first time. But there are some skills that are unique to the rapier that you need to learn, well, with a rapier. And this is a lot like how games have different weapon classes. They might have two-handed swords, which encompass the long sword and the katana. These are very similar. Or just one-handed swords, like the rapier and the saber. Then there are entirely different classes, like the great sword. Or dual wielding, like sword and buckler, or rapier and dagger. Each of these different weapon classes will have multiple weapons within them. And each of those will feel broadly similar despite their small differences. Overall fight IQ will help you get started with each weapon, but you do need specific proficiencies to be, well, proficient with specific weapons. And video games kind of gets this right. If you're a fighter class, you can generally pick up any of these things and use them okay. But if you have skills in one particular sword, you can use that one even better. Most people's only experience with swords comes from games.
yeah.
Oh, what you mean is bloodless? I can feel his power. Can you feel your enemy's power level? Kind of, but not really. You can glean a lot of information by how your opponent stands and moves their sword. For instance, right now I can tell he wants to play a countercut game. Here I can tell he wants to bind with me or pick me off as I move in. Here he just really wants to cut me. You can also tell if your opponent is, well, competent or not, based on how they move and how they stand. But it goes even further than that. You can even tell your opponent's emotions or mental state by how they move. Your opponent's body gives you cues. The difference between being here and relaxed and here intense can tell you what they're thinking. Someone can be angry and want to blitz powerfully forward because they're upset. Someone can be intimidated on the back foot, leaning away from your blade. Or they could be nervous and twitchy, ready to spring at any moment. But these are all surface level observations. You can't really tell how powerful or skilled your opponent is with just a glance. He's over 9,000!
Oh, it's great. That's great. Yeah, okay. I like
a lot
these
of
two.
crazy lightsaber moves.
These two are actually pretty great.
We shall commence our duel. Ha! A worthy opponent. I shall use my secret technique. Your secret technique? I shall give you what Master Skullgrim showed me and end you rightly. Give me 1 second. Okay. Why don't it... Oh no. Machine screws won't be invented for another 300 years. My pommel is peened. Stop talking about your peen. We shall commence our duel.
I actually don't really get why he was trying to pull on that.
A worthy opponent. I shall use my secret technique. Your secret technique? I shall give you what Master Skullgrim showed me and end you rightly. Give me 1 second. Okay. Why don't it... Oh no. Machine screws won't be invented for another 300 years. My pommel is peened. Stop talking about your peen. We shall commence.
Oh, I think.
Was there like another weapon in that weapon?
Yeah.
Being short makes sword fighting harder. All of your steps cover less distance, and you have less range
using this,
than your
right?
opponent.
Yeah.
But is there ever a time being short can actually... Most people's only experience with sword fighting come from video games. And video games love bars, like health bars and stamina bars and mana bars. But how realistic are these really? Well, obviously mana bars aren't realistic. Speak for yourself. But what about the stamina bar? Well, obviously, sword fighting is tiring. And when you get tired, you can't keep sword fighting. But is real life anything like a video game? You do a number of attacks and then you run out of energy and you can't do any more, and you have to step back and stop fighting to recharge. This actually is kind of realistic. A real sword fight doesn't look like Hollywood where the two characters keep bashing their swords together until someone dies. A real sword fight wouldn't go past 3 or 4 blows before you back up and reassess. In a real sword fight, you have different ranges. Right now, we're in Sufekten, which means we are not in distance. This is Krieg, when we're in distance. Generally, we don't like hanging out here because it's dangerous and tiring. A lot of the times, we'll spend back in Sufekten planning our next move. This is a lot like how in a video game, your character gets in and does a bunch of attacks until they lose stamina, and then you have to retreat backwards and get your stamina back before you charge in again. The main difference here is that it's not 10 or 12 moves, it's more like 1 or 2. And you're not backing up because you're tired, you're backing up because it's dangerous. Sword fighting has a lot of explosive movements, and it can be tiring. But if you're training your cardio, you probably aren't going to be getting tired in the middle of a match. We'll go to a tournament and we have to fight all day long. And we don't get tired because there's plenty of breaks. So at the end of the day, the video game stamina bar is surprisingly accurate. It's just the scale that changes. Most people's only experience with sword fighting come from Would kissing your opponent in a sword fight be effective? Let's talk about it. This might sound silly, but it actually might work. Psychological warfare is a real thing. And planning a big switch on your opponent might startle them, which might give you the opportunity you need to finish them. But the real question is how?
Right about now? All right, see you, Arena. Have a good sleep.
And giving dialogue, so it might seem like they could just reach out and smooch. But this distance is called Krieg, and Krieg usually looks more like this. So first, you have to enter your opponent. You mean his distance? Sure. There's a couple of ways you might be able to enter a distance so you can smooch. The first is to control your opponent's hand. But from here, you don't really need to smooch because, well, this is gonna do the job. You can also find yourself in this extremely high bind where you can go for this hand truck and pommel them. But your opponent can gum you up in here and make it so you're at a stalemate. And now you can absolutely plant a big ol' wet one. But there's one last situation where you might smooch your opponent. After you've already been thrust deeply. Now you've got them right where you want them. You can reach out, pull them in close and whisper, "No homo." Would
Oh God, they're actually.
Didn't see that coming, huh?
No, I didn't.
In fantasy, one of the most common tropes is a magical sword.
It's June, my dudes.
Sword is a sword that's on fire, and this would suck. Think about it. A sword is good at cutting. Fire is good at burning. How many times have you briefly touched a hot object and didn't get burned? It takes prolonged contact, and a sword relies on quick contact to do damage. A fire that's hot enough to burn with minimal contact would be so hot that you would also just be on fire. Also, it's a sword that's heat treated. A fire sword would ruin that, and your sword would shatter or go soft on you. But let's say it's a magic sword that could take that, and you somehow weren't being burned at the hand at all times. You're also now totally blind. Fire is really bright, and trying to see through that against your opponent is going to be difficult. Also, trying to do a twirl and not catch your head on fire. A fire sword, while cool looking, is basically useless. Well, there's one exception. Okay, yeah, you're right. In fantasy, one of the most common tropes is a... What's a dumb trick you can do in a sword fight that actually works? What about throwing things at your opponent? Like a cape. Or a hat. Or your opponent's wife's underwear. What? Why do you have my wife's underwear? The reason this is effective is obvious. Something flying at your face in the middle of a sword fight, especially if it obscures your vision, is bad. Did you know that you need to see things in a sword fight? Skill issue. We even have plenty of historical evidence showing that this was done. There's all kinds of manuals talking about using the cloak to harass your opponent or even throwing it at them, blinding them so you can stab them. So the next time you're in a sword fight, you're not sure you can win. Just throw random shit at your opponent and see what sticks. That's for my wife. Worth it. What's a dumb trick you can do in a sword fight that actually works?
Worth
it. Throwing things at your opponent. Like, okay.
I mean, yeah, and that all works. I mean, throwing things is a distraction if you have the time and whatnot to throw something. I mean, if you can't close the distance, then yep.
a functional fantasy sword that works in the lore and in real life. But they didn't really have to. There's already a sword that's perfect for killing titans. A cavalry saber. With their ODM gear, scouts are essentially cavalry. They're propelled by their gear and they use the momentum of it to hit their targets. Much like a rider on horseback. And almost every cavalry unit ever throughout history has used curved swords. They have curved swords. The curve of the sword is very helpful because it allows you to pull through and keep going. In the lore, it's mentioned that the striations in the blade are there to snap off in case you get stuck in the titan. But if the blade had a curve to it, it would be much less likely to get stuck and you'd be able to keep going. You could even keep the interchangeable snapping blades if you wanted to, just make it curved. So while the Attack on Titan sword is fantastic, it'd be even better if it was slightly curved. Attack on Titan did a fantastic job creating a functional fantasy sword that works in the lore and in real life. But they didn't really have to. There's already a sword that's perfect for killing titans. A cavalry.
Anyway. Cavalry sword.
Ah! Did you know that Star Wars is one of the first films to ever use historical European longsword techniques? Kind of. In the prequels, especially episode 2 and 3, you see a lot of techniques that look like this. These are Zwerhaus. This is a Twerhau, or a Zwerchau. It's one of the German master cuts that attacks and defends simultaneously. The Twerhau is one of the go-to second or third intention cuts. It's really easy to rebound off your opponent's attack and go into your Twerhau, powering it up even more. But you might have noticed that's not quite how Star Wars uses them. Star Wars gets one thing right, and that is the crossing and uncrossing action of the wrist. This is what powers the Twerhau. But the targeting and the usage isn't quite right. A lot of the times what you'll see is the blades attacking each other's blades and meeting in the spaces in between. This is really easy to make flashy choreography, but there's not really a point in it. But at the end of the day, it does look sick as hell. And it's cool they used a real historical technique, even if they didn't correctly apply it. Ah! Did you know that Star Wars is one?
I mean, yeah.
Recently, we've been knife throwing, and we kind of suck. But we have an awesome coach. Introducing Adam.
Hello, my friends.
Adam made a video for us showing the basics of no-spin knife throwing.
You will find the balance point. You will put it in the center of your palm. Close it with your fingers like this. Thumb on the side and index finger will be on the spine. You will pull your arm like this. Shift your hips. You will start putting pressure on the index finger. You will cancel the rotation.
And we've been practicing.
Yep.
You know what? The next time I'm going to play Shadows, I'm going to see if Nawa does that.
Nah. I can knife throw.
I have no practice whatsoever, so.
I think we did pretty good. I don't know.
Not that
Adam,
bad.
what do you think? Recently, we've been knife throwing, and we
Not that bad. I mean, it's not easy to knife throw. I'm gonna be honest. It's not easy.
Oh, here's the one that
You have to
I
have a
saw.
certain.
There's this trope
certain
in fantasy
finesse.
films
Yeah.
where two swordsmen fight back to back against multiple opponents. But how realistic is this really? Well, it's not. The biggest problem is this is a terrible fencing stance. I feel so unbalanced right now. All you're gonna do is mess up your friend's strike. There's also the problem that there's a lot of techniques that actually go behind the head and would hurt your partner. Now you can solve this by being in a more forward guard and not being brain dead and throwing that cut. But the back-to-back part is legitimately an issue. Now that's not to say this isn't a good configuration to fight in, but we have one suggestion. Don't fight back-to-back, fight butt-to-butt. In this configuration, I still have room to maneuver around and we can kind of move together even. You can even throw Twerhaus. So if you really want to fight effectively with your partner, clap them cheeks together. There's this trope in fantasy films where two swords.
It's still not really that feasible, but it's.
It works. It works better than standing straight up.
Yeah.
A lot of people have asked us, how well would magic work in a sword fight? And the answer is, it wouldn't. Magic would be terrible in a sword fight. Let us explain. Let's say we're about to have a sword fight, and one of us has magic. Ready? Ah! There'd never be a sword fight. If one person could cast magic, they would just do that. If I had to go up against the guy with a big sharp pointy thing that could kill
Bam,
me,
banana
I'd much
bread.
rather stand over here and go,
Hey, Shizu.
fireball, fireball. And yeah, sure, there's some magic that would be useful in a sword fight,
Just
like
watching
haste
videos.
or healing or something. But it just takes one level 5 wizard to say, I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball. Wait, no. A lot of people have asked us, how well would magic...
Daily bread. Yeah, we're watching videos while we're training various things in Bomboid.
Most people's only experience
You
with
can hear
sword
it in the
fighting is from
background.
video games. And video games have bars like stamina bars, health bars, or magic bars. But how realistic are those really? Well,
Are there magic potions IRL? That one's go for the funny magic potions.
Oh, did I click on this one already? I think I did.
No.
Hold on.
you're a second-rate duelist with third-rate techniques. My father's spec book has no bad techniques.
Wait, hold up.
There's no such thing as a bad technique. A lot of people say that X technique is trash or it wouldn't work. And this is just code or ignorance. We have multiple different manuals that talk about essentially the same techniques. For instance, one of the gripes people have is saying that hand shots wouldn't work because it's not going to stop your opponent. But in reality, it works in sparring all the time. Not only that, but we have multiple different fencing masters over the years showing attacking the hands. If different people from different cultures in different times all wrote about the same technique, it probably works. But I can hear you saying, David, we have multiple examples of reverse grip being written about in the manuals. This actually proves our point because they're missing the context. A lot of the times, if people don't like a technique, it's because they don't understand the context of that technique. Every time that reverse grip with a sword is mentioned, the context is you're in a position where you can no longer draw your sword in a normal grip and you're making do. This is the same thing as when people say X technique doesn't work. They're probably just missing the context. A perfect example of this is Zverchow. A lot of people say that it doesn't work. And this is because a lot of people throw this as a first intention attack instead of as a counter. So the next time you think to yourself, this technique doesn't work, just look a little deeper, examine the context, and try again. You're a second-rate duelist with third-rate techniques.
Do the funny potions.
Potions.
Yeah, right there.
Unlike what fantasy would have you believe, there's no such thing as a potion that'll cure your wounds or diseases or slow down time or restore your stamina or energy. Oh yeah? I can see time! Red Bull gives you uncontrollable bloodlust. Sponsor me, please. Unlike what fantasy would have you believe, there's no such.
That's great. That's funny.
Where Oh my god, there is. No, wait, hold on. Where's the strange potions? Oh god.
The stupidest and coolest move.
The potions was.
Or video game health. Do that one, video game health bars. That would be interesting.
Most people's only experience with sword fighting is from video games. And video games have bars like stamina bars, health bars, or magic bars. But how realistic are those really? Well, a mana bar is obviously unrealistic. Speak for yourself. But how realistic is a health bar? Well, the way it's done in video games isn't that realistic for a number of reasons. Of course, when you get hit, you get hurt and you take damage. But in most video games, you have a pool of health. So if I were to hit Clark in the leg, his overall health would go down, but I'd still be able to walk around and put weight on that leg. In a real fight, if I were to target his leg, I would probably disable it, making him not able to move very well. Essentially, each of your individual body parts has its own health bar. Some video games actually have this system, and you can cripple individual limbs, making it harder for that person to use them. But you still do have an overall health bar, and if it drains out, you die. Sustaining a hit to a place that'll make you bleed out will, well, kill you. There are also moves that you can one-shot somebody, like a critical hit, like to the head. But there are also lethal wounds that won't instantly kill you. For instance, if I were to stab Clark in the stomach, he might still be able to go on for a while. So unlike video games with a health pool, each of your body parts has its own health bar. And most of them are a one-hit KO. Most people's only experience with sword fighting is from video games. And video games.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like I accidentally skipped something, because, yeah. This one.
Aha! Can you do the splits in a sword fight? Well, I can't. You've probably seen crazy acrobatics and splits and things like that, like in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And we've talked before about how all this Hollywood nonsense isn't realistic and would never work. Except for when it does work. Sometimes crazy stuff happens in a sword fight. And, well, just look at this.
That's pretty
In this
pretty
fencing
good.
match, I was trying to hit my opponent's leg. We were on AstroTurf, which is very, very slippery. I'm smaller, so I had to take a big lunge. As I did this, my foot slipped. I was able to hit, and then I made the parry. Was this a good idea? Well, yeah, it worked. Was it something you should try and do? Probably not. David, did you intend to do that? No. But did it work? Yes, it did. It's a good thing that you could do that. Yes, it is. Not only did that happen once, it happened a couple of times. It did happen a couple of times. AstroTurf is slippery. This just goes to show that being athletic and being acrobatic and having flexibility is always good. Sometimes you'll lose your footing. And if you don't tear a hamstring or your groin on the way down, you can recover and keep fencing. Ha-ha!
Yep,
Can you do the splits in a sword fight?
that is very true.
We've been asked an important question. If your opponent is on the ground, is it better to end them in normal grip or reverse grip? And there's an obvious answer to this question. Forward grip. Why, you ask? Out here, I can end him where he can't touch me. But if he tries to do it in reverse grip, I can punch him in the balls! I just wanted to kill you. So the next time you're trying to finish off an opponent who's on the ground, remember, use forward grip. Unless you like getting punched in the balls. We've been asked an important question. If your opponent is on the ground...
Yeah.
Back in the day, people were spoiled for choice when it came to offhanded items to pair with their sword. But nowadays, people don't carry any offhanded items that could be used in a sword fight. Or do they? Oh! How effective would a purse be in a sword fight? That really matches your eyes. So before we use this in combat, we're gonna do some tests with our good buddy Bob here to see how effective the purse is as an offensive weapon. Don't worry, he volunteered. Oh. This actually would really suck. Okay. I think we proved that it's a good offensive weapon. Bob, are you okay? God, bully. Bully! But how good is it as a defensive weapon? Parry the sword. What if I try and wrap it? Maybe. Not really. No. What about I was like... I think we have to do some sparring tests. Yeah. You might notice that I'm wearing more gear than Clark, and that's because I'm afraid of this purse. I saw what it did to Bob. It wouldn't have stopped me, but it didn't feel good. But it went through over. To myself. Yeah. It's not very durable, that purse. I believe in you, purse. Stay strong.
Stay strong.
So, how well do you think your offhand purse did in a sword fight? It's more offensive than defense, so I could really only use it to harass you, and it's not as offensive as a sword, so it didn't really gain me that much. You hit me in the head one time before I started using my buckler more effectively, and that might have given you an opening to hit me, but you didn't. Because this has to be going the whole time to be a distraction, I have to focus more on wielding this than on this, or I'd hit myself in the head. You did hit yourself in the head, and you wrapped it around your neck, and you hit yourself in the leg, and you hit yourself more than you hit me. The other thing is that it broke a bunch. By designer, kid. You'd probably want to reinforce purse, maybe with a brick in it. With a brick in it, this would do a lot more damage. I would say that the offhand purse is probably not your best choice. Usually you want an offhand to be, if anything, more defensive than offensive, because it's not going to be as offensive as a sword, and this didn't really give you that, so you didn't gain that much. You still scare the poop out of Bob, though. He's recovering. Sorry, Bob. So we'll give a purse, like, a 5 out of 10? Yeah, better than nothing, but not much.
We should probably end the stream after this.
When it came to offhanded items to pair with their sword, but nowadays, people don't carry any offhanded items that could be used in a sword fight.
Dark. One more?
I'm having fun.
One more?
Why we hate from old country bumpkin.
Recently, we did a review of Country Bumpkin turns it, what is it called? From Country Bumpkin to Swordmaster. Yeah, and we said we didn't like it. It was the most 5 out of 10 show we've ever seen with like the most mediocre sword fighting. And some people were a little bit upset with this review. So let us explain what we want in a sword fighting anime. I love anime like Samurai Champloo, or Demon Slayer, or Hunter x Hunter. Things that have style. Sure, the fights might not be very realistic, but there's passion behind them and they're interesting. There's a storytelling journey in each and every fight. In real life, it's easy to see the intricacies of these winding and binding because they're happening in real life. In animation, it's really hard to depict those intricacies. You have to go big or go home. That's why a lot of animes don't go for realism in their sword fights. They go for flash and they go for style. There's probably a way you could do it well, like if the same anime had the animating budget of Demon Slayer, they could probably do a good job. But this anime doesn't seem like they had a lot of budget. The CGI choreography looks flat and boring, and frankly, it reminds me of, I don't know, Kirito's sword fights. Not Kirito. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Kirito's fight animations were better animated, actually. So it's not that we hate the show or that we're upset that they tried to make it realistic. There's two problems. One, they didn't really go far enough with the realism. Most of it's generic fantasy sword fighting with a couple of moves that really scream, I took one German longsword class and tried to put it into my anime. If this show had the narrator from Hunter x Hunter narrating each action, it would have gotten so hard. But we don't have that. Frankly, I think they've got to go all in. Either all in on the realistic sword fighting and really up their game, or go all in on the style and the spectacle. And that's why this anime still is the most 5 out of 10 anime that I've ever seen. It could have been awesome, but it's not. Recently, we did a review.
Another one. That's only 525.
This one.
Everyone online's been obsessed with one question. What would win in a fight, 100 men or one gorilla? And because we're so topical and always on top of the latest world issues, here's our opinion. Of course the 100 men would win, but you're asking the wrong question. The real question is, what if the gorilla had a sword? Now it gets interesting. There's a couple of important things to discuss here. Does the gorilla know to use the sword? Does the gorilla know how to use the sword? What kind of sword is it? If it's a rapier, I don't think that helped the gorilla very much. This is a weapon of dexterity and elegance and subtlety, and I'm not sure the gorilla is built for that. I don't even know if it can figure out how to hold this. But what if it had a saber? Does a gorilla know it shouldn't just punch people with the cross guard? Now, granted, if it had a bell guard, that would be pretty effective. But does a gorilla know how to do a drawing cut versus snap cuts? There's options too. Would a gorilla be better with a dueling saber, or would it be better with a heavier cavalry saber? Can a gorilla even ride a horse? That is the real question. What about a two-handed sword like the long sword? Can the gorilla know that it puts two hands on the hilt? But the gorilla is pretty strong. Maybe it could dual wield two-handed sword. Is the gorilla truly the dual wielder of the animal kingdom? But after careful consideration, we think the gorilla would use an O-katana. Because O-katanas are badass. And everybody knows that gorillas love katanas. So we've solved this question once and for all. A gorilla with an O-katana could absolutely destroy 100 men who are unarmed. Like, comment, and subscribe for more thoughtful insights on important philosophical questions. Everyone online.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
In Demon Slayer, the characters use different.
Try a parry.
In Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan and Anakin have an epic fight over Mustafar, and at one point they do an interesting move. It looks like this. But how realistic is this parry actually? Well, the problem with this parry is there's absolutely no structure behind it, and if this person's cutting well, you're gonna get stuffed. But that hanging parry behind the back is a real move. It just doesn't happen in that context. Instead of just standing there and taking this, which absolutely won't protect you, you use this when you're moving out of range. If I stab Clark and he starts to try and afterblow me, I can hang a parry and run away. You also see this a lot after his Virchow. I'll hit it and parry to exit, or I will hit it and parry to throw another one. The key here is it's not static. You don't just stand there and move your sword back behind your back, you're in a bad position. You're always doing it as you are exiting, or as you're actively fading back. So Star Wars got it wrong. Well, there's one more important factor to discuss. It looks cool as hell. In Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan and Anakin
also,
have an epic fight over Mustafar.
There's no weight behind, or at least the weight of a normal weapon is not there.
Technically, when you do that, it's hitting. It's your strength, or the arm is on the top of your arm, which has no strength to even like hold that for that long. One more?
Sure.
So many people, and we mean so many people, have told us that the ultimate reverse grip sword is the Karambit. And they're wrong for two reasons. First of all, this isn't a sword. Whenever we've talked about how reverse grip sucks, it's always in reference to full-size swords. Not daggers, though. Daggers have tons of reverse grip uses. The problem is, once it gets longer than a dagger, it's no longer useful in reverse grip. And I don't know if you've ever seen a Karambit before, but it ain't a sword. The Karambit works exceptionally well in reverse grip because it was designed to work in reverse grip. It doesn't have any of the problems about leverage and range because it's designed to be an ultra close quarters weapon for pulling cuts and stabbing. But it gets even worse. If you really think that the Karambit should be good in reverse grip, that would mean in this grip, because this is normal grip on a Karambit. This is reverse grip. And this would be fine. It's not really what it's designed to do. It's much better being used like this. The only time a Karambit would be better in reverse grip is when you get to something about this big. But even that wouldn't be that effective. It's still not set up to be used like a normal knife. The curve isn't helping. If you're gonna go bigger, go big or go home. So many people, and we mean so many people.
Yep.
People have been
Best sword
begging
anime
us to
ever.
review From Old Country Bumpkin to Swordmaster. And we've been bullied enough that we have given in and now we are doing just that. People said that this is the most accurate sword fighting in any anime ever. And they're right, but that's mostly because the bar is in hell. The moment to moment of every fight scene is your standard generic fantasy anime sword fighting. It's a lot of ha 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 ha. You got your typical anime opponents. The guy who spins, the person who uses two swords, a magic caster, and a gigantic creature. There's a couple of moments in the anime that have a little bit more technique involved. These moments scream, I took my first German longsword class and now I want to put it in my book. The first of these is a hand trucket. The master swordsman slides down his opponent's blade and comes up into a pommel. This is a real technique, but this is not the situation you use it in. If you find yourself on the inside of a strong bind and you're sliding down, just stab him. It's so much better. The way it actually works is you cut into a high bind. From this moment, now you hand truck and pommel in the face. The other moment is when somebody does a Durchwechseln into what might be a Duplaren, but isn't. They're here, and the person's on the outside of a strong bind, and they come to the inside into this position and then slide down to like here. This is a very weak technique, and there's no reason to switch your hand position. If you're here and you come here and you switch, it should be this. Or be on the inside and then cut. Are we nitpicking? Maybe. The real problem is the sword fights are just boring. The animation is every weeb's favorite, CGI. This might be slightly more realistic than other sword fighting animes, but I would still rather watch Demon Slayer. Listen, this is the most 5 out of 10 show I've ever seen. It's a generic isekai, except it's not an isekai. The show writing, the lore building, the fight choreography, the animation, everything is just the most 5 out of 10 I've ever seen in my life. Our review of, what the f is it called? From Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman is, go watch Demon Slayer. People have been...
Anyway, we should end.
Man.
I'm still going at it, Dark.
I am too.
I am hungry.
Am I? Yes. And I am severely depressed and agitated.
Damn, Dark. Man.
What level is your reloading?
It's almost max. It's level 9
It's
right
almost
now.
max. Man, mine's not there yet. I'm 3/4 of the way to 7.
Oh, because I have a one that's just 2 shells at a time. Anyway, I am smelly. So how you like that, Dark?
Like what?
The thing, the shorts.
Oh, they're great. Taking a shower in here? You taking a shower?
No.
Cleaning yourself doesn't take away. You gotta take a shower.
Oh, I gotta put all my stuff down. Alright, because it takes out the backpack.
No, you just drop the backpack.
I thought it'd say it puts all my stuff in my inventory or my person.
No, so just all you have to do is drop the backpack and you're fine.
Oh.
Yeah, what it does is unequip everything. So the bag becomes unequipped, but it's on your person. So to prevent that, you just drop the bag. And then yeah.
We. So sim-like when you do it.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of funny.
It's very funny.
But Dark, you like those shorts? Like, it's very
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah.
Dark, I can't pick up my backpack for some reason.
Why?
Hold on, let me.
What did you do to your backpack?
Oh. Hold on. Oh, it's just too heavy, apparently.
Jeez.
Hold on, let me just do this. And then do that. I'm dying, apparently. Oh, no, I'm not.
Dang, I can't talk to the mirror. That's crazy.
What was your favorite thing to learn during those shorts?
Oh my gosh, hand, what are you doing? The actual names of some of the stuff. 'Cause I didn't know the actual like German names for some of the stuff, but it's like.
But you recognize
Or at
the
least the
technique,
pronounce-
right?
Yeah, no, I recognize all the stuff.
Anyway.
I'm gonna do something.
We got a car now. The gas station is set up. We went to the police. I went to the police station. What's on the list now?
More stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Find the funny military jeep.
If we can, yeah.
I'm gonna find a zombie.
I'm gonna continue my reloading. Huh. Actually, do you still have my thing up? Or did you close it?
Yeah. I still have it up. Oh.
And I'm just gonna have it in the background.
New toys! We decided that we were gonna try and get
There's a zombie.
good with offhand throwing weapons like chakras and throwing knives, so that we can be even more deadly in a sword fight. And here's some of our practice.
Can you hear it?
Come back. Yeah, I can hear it. Come back here, zombie. I'm trying to shoot you.
Yes!
Where are you going? Dang it.
I got two with lefty.
Two lefty.
They're throwing kunais and chakras.
Neither of us are experts with this. We're definitely still learning, but here's some of our takeaways.
I think that the knives would do more damage, but I think these would be easier to hit with from a larger distance.
These knives require you to have quite a bit of skill to hit with the tip forward. We're doing mostly no-spin knife throwing, but because of the way that they're constructed and it is a thrusting action, these would be awful to get hit with.
With these, it flies basically like a standard frisbee. It'll will do damage if it hits.
We found that these do wedge into the wood pretty well if it's going with the grain, Not as deep as the knives, but God, I would not want to get hit with one of these.
This is also kind of harder because it's hitting a much larger surface area of the target, so it tends to stick and bounce out, versus those, if you get it good, it's not going anywhere.
Honestly, this is very much like real swords, cut for this thrust. This is deadlier, but harder to hit with.
This is easier to hit with, but not as deadly.
Follow for more projectile shenanigans. Don't you f***ing dare at my camera. We bought new toys!
You are second-rate duelists with third-rate techniques!
How effective would throwing knives be
against a sword
if I only had knives and no sword to defend myself?
Let's find out.
So for this experiment, I'm gonna be throwing knives at Clark, and he's gonna be closing in on me. If he gets hit, he loses and has to stop, and if he gets to me, I lose. I did get hit.
You got the third one as I hit you.
Yeah. Oh. You're dead.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
That was a very different sound.
Yes, it does.
I died.
Yeah.
That second one did get you. The first one was
the
a hand.
elbow.
This was a really interesting experiment. Unlike the experiment where I had a sword and knives, I didn't feel as overpowered. In fact, I felt it as a disadvantage.
Yeah, because we've already discovered that pairing a throw knife with a sword is reasonable to do. In this case, you had one, maybe two chances before I could close and hit you.
Now, if you were further away, I'd have a better chance, but we didn't do that for two reasons. One, it wouldn't fit on the camera, and two, I mean, that's just range versus not range.
Yeah.
When I had my other sword, you had to stay at bay. I still had a threat, so you couldn't just close on me like with this one. But if you closed on me and I had these, I'm not gonna beat you with a knife against a sword.
No.
There were many a time where I did hit you in the hand. I don't know if that would have stopped you.
There were a couple where I would parry it and it'd keep going to the arm or like the thigh. That probably wouldn't have stopped me, but if it did sink blade first, it could have.
I did hit you a number of times just dead on.
Yes.
A couple of times I hit you dead on the hand, but I would say you probably still came out with more wins than I did.
More wins, but also more wounds.
Another thing to mention here is I'm not the best knife thrower in the world. Some of the times the dagger did hit and it was like this, but for this experiment, we're just assuming that I'm more skilled than I am, so any contact would have been a direct.
More skilled than I am.
Was how effectively you could ward your entire body with just a nice strong flu as you chase.
Trying to get around the sword was hard. You'd think it's so small it wouldn't be a big deal, but realistically, if I'm throwing at him, it's easy for him just to move the sword and block.
Here, if I go high versus low, I can cover my entire body with a pretty small motion.
So if it came down to a battle between someone with throwing knives and someone with a sword,
the sword wins.
If that person is already within a reasonable distance.
Yeah.
If the throwing knife person has seen them before they're even close to engaging, if they're even out of Sufekten, I might give it to the knife thrower.
Agreed, especially the biggest thing was time. You only really had about 2 chances to throw before I was close enough that the third one was usually a glancing shot and I could hit you.
But if you want to see more shenanigans with knives, stay tuned because we got some fun stuff planned. How effective would throwing knives be
against a sword?
If
Anyway. Yeah, I'm falling asleep here a little bit.
All right, I'll come back.
And it's almost 3 o'clock, so that's much out. Man, I didn't even get to play Shadows today because we me and my friends finally beat the first Night Lord.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how much did the stuff that they were talking about did you get?
Did I get?
Like, did you understand what they were talking about? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ew. Ew. Hold on. So hold on, I'm looking at this short here. 2 cheeseburgers from McDonald's, Chicken nuggets, yes.
Yeah.
Fries, but it's what do you call those wraps? A panini wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all that I just listed is in that wrap, and it got rolled up. And there's not only that, there's ketchup, some other white sauce, cheese in it, and then it's wrapped up and then pressed. It's that one machine that hand presses it,
Mm-hmm.
and then they cut it open and eat it.
Wow.
It's really big. It's a big wrap with all those
That's
stuff
crazy.
in it. It looks good, but oh god, the calories and the fat afterwards.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Are you back yet?
Nope, I'm not back yet. I'm getting there.
We got guns now, Dark.
I had to walk a little. Huh?
I said we got guns now.
Yeah. I had to walk a little ways to find some zombies, but now zombies are suddenly here on the way back. That's crazy.
Yeah. We didn't even move the. I didn't even change the design. The rate of when zombies spawn and all that. It just came back, which is really weird.
Yeah.
Like around our base, just like hardly any zombies at all. Just like nothing. When we got in here earlier, though, there was like one zombie at the gate.
Hmm. Hi, I'm gonna write
Yeah.
my book.
Either way. Oh yeah, I gotta write in my book, right? Ooh. Tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can finish another expedition. Me and my friends are having a hard time in the second one, trying to even get to the third day to fight another Night Lord.
Mm.
God, there's already
Gonna be here for a minute.
There's already art on Twitter with Night Ring already, Elden Night Ring, and somebody made the Recluse one of the characters that you can play as very thick.
Mm-hmm. Who's recluse? I wouldn't know.
Is it
know.
again? It's one of the characters you can play as.
Uh-huh. Yeah, show me? Are you gonna keep it all to yourself?
Oh, you want to see the thickness?
Arr.
Okay, here is it. It's in your DMs.
Oh, that's recluse. Oh, I've seen that.
And there's another one. Same person that put them in the bunny outfit.
Oh boy.
Here it goes. Here it is.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen. Not the bunny one, but the one above that. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Um. I'm tired.
Me too. After what I did today with my friends. Mentally exhausted, not physically.
I'm mentally and physically tired. I just want a day of just not doing anything, basically.
I imagine. Oh god, that's a really buff Callie.
Really buff Callie.
Yeah, here you go. Take a look.
Oh wow.
Oh, I'm done writing.
Yep. I'm not. I'm only at 81%.
Hey Dark, you want to see something funny?
Huh.
It's on my Discord thing.
It's on your Discord thing?
Yeah. Oh, no, my share screen thing, whatever.
Oh. What?
Hold on.
I dare you!
What in the world? Oh my gosh.
But
What the?
this short this 2 second of just
What in the world?
Sorry, that's too funny. That is way too funny for 2 seconds of that. Anyway.
Like what even?
I don't know. It just is. Anyway.
Did I finish? Yeah, I finished.
Anyway, I'm gonna close the server. Yeah, Dark? Alright. Ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hmm.
As we're ending. As we're ending. I'm trying to find the one that we haven't watched. Here we go.
Should you be arrogant in a sword fight? No, but you should be confident. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Arrogance is underestimating your opponent. Confidence is correctly assessing your own abilities.
Gonna close
From
the
the
game.
outside, it can be hard to tell which is which, but other people's opinions don't really matter. It all comes down to what you can and can't do. It might look arrogant to stand in range in a guard that's very exposed. But this is a provocation. He's provoking me into taking the exposed opening. I know for a fact that I can get out of the way in time and strike my opponent before they can get me. I've practiced this move 1,000 times. I know my range. So it's not arrogance, but it is confidence. The outward appearance of arrogance can actually be a tool in a fencer's belt. If I appear arrogant, my opponent might think that I'm underestimating them, when actually, I've perfectly estimated what I can do. This can lead your opponent to take risks they shouldn't and fall more easily into your traps. But this is a fine line because confidence turns into arrogance if you miscalculate. Should you be arrogant in a sword fight? No, but you should be confident. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Arrogance is underestimating your opponent. Confidence is correctly assessing your own abilities. From the
I mean, yeah.
Great. It's great.
Great. It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's great. There's another one.
swords hurt. And there are 3 main ways to hurt people with them.
Let me find someone to raid.
You can stab them.
Oh, I know who to raid.
And you can also slice them. My entrails are outrails. It's pretty obvious when you should cut somebody or thrust somebody. But when should you slice somebody? Slicing is usually done when we close distance. If we get into some sort of grapple, I can cut around and then slice. A cut with the strong would be bad, but it's better when paired with a slicing action. But this isn't only useful when I'm already close. I can use this to get close. Let's say I get my opponent to go up. I can press and slice into him, breaking the structure, and then I can do something else afterwards. This doesn't just work with longswords. You can do this with anything. As long as you can get in close and get to the strong, you can slice with whatever sword you're using, so long as it has an edge. So when you're at a further distance, cuts and thrusts are great. But when you get in close, the slice is your best friend. Swords hurt.
Yep.
And there are 3 main ways to hurt people with them. You can cut them.
Yep.
To put the fun into learning about sword techniques and other stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of funny, kind of
Yeah.
wacky.
Kind of wacky.
Stupid tricks in
Why
a
would
sword
you-
fight
oh, yeah.
that actually work.
Throwing
Throw
your sword.
Oh! Oh, God. Oh.
I mean,
okay, so
it
you're
it
probably
kind
not
of
gonna
works,
throw your
but
sword at
it's
somebody
very
and hit them and kill them.
unexpected.
Which might, yeah, okay, maybe. But it's more likely that they're going to parry it or do something.
But
However,
the
it's
killing
still
blow,
useful
not
as a tactic
really.
to get away. Let's say you're fencing
Mhm.
somebody and you're hopelessly outmatched. Instead of trying to fight and lose, you can throw your sword as a distraction and then run away. In fact, this shows up in a couple of different fencing manuals. Most notably, our favorite fencing master, Michael Hunt. Mike loves dirty tricks. We've actually played around with throwing your swords in combat in the past and found that it wasn't that bad. You could get pretty good at throwing a sword and hitting your target, but the problem is if you miss or if the wound is glancing, you're weaponless. So it's best to use this tactic if you plan on running away. Stupid tricks in the sword fight.
Or if you had another weapon.
Yeah, or if you had another weapon.
Swords hurt. And there are 3 main ways to hurt people with them. You can cut them. You can stab them. And you can also slice them.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Previously, we talked about how effective a throwing knife would be in a sword fight.
And honestly, it was super effective.
And that got us thinking, are there other thrown objects that would be useful in a sword fight?
Like a chakram.
Clark, that's a frisbee.
Yeah, but we don't have a chakram.
Okay, well, I would rather be hit with that than a sharp chakram. So for this experiment, we're gonna have this be a stand-in.
A chakram is basically a sharpened disc that you can throw. The actual historical designs had a pretty complex shape that would give it lift like a frisbee does, only it was a sharpened steel disc.
So we are gonna see if it's useful in a fight. All right, let's try some silliness. Double, but also I blocked that. Yeah.
To be honest, it's more on when to throw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But by the looks of it, it's, you're
That was
so
your best throw.
focused in on trying
I'd
to
be
get
dead.
that in, you forget to
get hit.
defend yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this experiment was a little bit trickier.
I felt like the knives were a little bit more effective. We had similar amount of successful hits, but the knife is a thrust. It's going in, it's going deep, and I was able to feint and do some other stuff that I didn't feel was coming back at me from you.
Feinting with a throwing knife was a lot easier because a feint here is more of a cross-body motion, and I can access a lot of weird angles that would be harder to parry, but as an actual feint, it's not as fast as you could with the knife.
I also felt like it was better for me to close because with this, it has to have that momentum of throwing. If I'm closer to you, it's less effective, but the knife is still pretty effective up close, so I felt like a tactic of like stuffing you was better than waiting out at distance.
Yeah, because here you have to have an amount of rotation with the arm, if not the arm and hips. So this could probably generate more power, but requires a lot more movement to do that.
And because of the nature of how it hits, it's not gonna penetrate as deeply as a knife was. Now you still got a couple of really good hits that hit to my throat. That was rough.
I was concerned.
Yeah. ugh.
That could be
I
actually
think this has
deadly
a
if you
lot
got
of
the throw
tricky things I
somehow.
can do with it if
Oh
I
yeah,
practice
it's more
more.
grazing
So, with
than
that
anything,
said,
which
do you
I
guys
mean,
wanna see us use some silly
pretty
throwing stuff in combat?
lethal grazing, but still.
Previously, we talked about how effective
Yeah.
a throwing knife would be.
Anyway, I'm magic and you stream now. I'm in.